Thursday, June 24th, 2021, and I call to order the regular board meeting for School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles. Let's start with a roll call.
Here.
Pearl.
Here.
Kennedy. Sellis. Here. Little.
Here.
Linsky. Here.
Okay, thanks, Phyllis. All right, the administration has asked the board to go into closed session under 2C2, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, and performance of employees, and under 2C1, which is collective negotiating matters. So do I have a motion to go into closed session? So, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I think Rebecca had the motion, I think Phyllis got the second. Any discussion? All right, let's do vote to go to closed.
Sotos. Kennedy. Linsky. Yes. Pearl.
Yes.
Lytovich.
Yes.
Little.
Yes.
Sellis. Yes.
Okay, so we can now go into closed session. And we're in closed session under 2C1 and 2C2. All right, so let's do our roll call again. Phyllis?
All right. Sotos.
Here.
Little.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Linsky. Here. Lytovich.
Here.
Sellis. Here. Pearl.
Here. All right, thank you, Phyllis. All right, so we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Garrett is going to lead us on.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, as far as opening remarks from the president, we are still transitioning to being back in person, so have patience with us. We have a full agenda tonight, so we want to discuss the topics fully, but let's make sure we keep efficiency in mind as we're going through the agenda. All right. So we are going to move to public comments. This is the point of the meeting where we welcome public comments. Each speaker is given 3 minutes to address the board. Comments may be made on almost any matter related to the operation of schools, but we ask that you refrain from making comments concerning individual students or staff members. The board uses this time to listen to community questions and concerns, but will not respond immediately to requests for information. Additionally, the board cannot take formal action on non-agenda items. Contact the board president via email if you wish to discuss your topic further. Please come forward to the microphone and state your name and address for our minutes. So are there any public comments? Come to the podium, thank you. If you can come there.
Marty Piat, 7639 Oriole. I know this idea has been kicked around a little bit, but I'd like to know why one of the richest school districts in the area, unlike most of the districts in the area, does not have a full-day kindergarten program.
Okay, thank you. The board cannot answer your question, but we appreciate your feedback, and that conversation's on the agenda tonight.
And I would like, I would like to say most of the districts around us, which are not as sales tax rich as we are, somehow do afford full-day kindergarten. So I don't see why 64 could not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Dietzick. I'm a longtime resident at 125 Prairie Avenue. I'm recently retired from District 64 art teacher, curriculum specialist for art, and PR negotiator. Our two children went to Roosevelt School, Lincoln, and Maine South. I'm here tonight to address the restoration of district elementary art, music, foreign language, and PE programs that were unintentionally damaged in 2018. Have you ever made a choice and later changed your mind? A choice based on information you had at the time, but the choice caused unintended negative consequences. A choice like this was made during the bargaining of the 2016-2020 teachers contract. The choice was agreed upon by adults at the bargaining table, and it had unintended negative consequences. Those negative consequences have been shouldered by our elementary school students. Through the 2018-19 school year and most of the 2019-20 school year prior to the pandemic, students in art, music, foreign language, and PE classes in our elementary schools did not receive the whole curriculum that is written for those disciplines. It has been impossible for art, music, foreign language, and PE teachers to deliver their entire curriculums under the working conditions created in a side letter to the 2016-2020 teachers contract. The choice and agreement was not bargained with an intention to damage the curriculums of these disciplines, but it happened. Curriculum specialists and teachers in these disciplines have expressed their struggles to deliver their curriculums to their principals, superintendents, and PRA colleagues over and over since 2018 when the contract language took effect. Delivery of our rich curriculums, as hard as teachers have tried since the 2018-19-20 school year, could not be done through willpower alone. A new choice and agreement must be made. Elementary students have no voice in this choice, but the loss of learning has been theirs. I advocate for them and what they have lost. I want them to have what I know used to be there for them. There is currently a proposal on the table that has the potential to restore the richness of curriculum opportunities that have been lost to our students in elementary art, music, foreign language, and physical education, but the adults must fix the problem. Both parties to the bargaining table have information clarifying the statements I have made. If you have more questions, please reach out to your elementary curriculum specialists and teachers in art, music, foreign language, and physical education. Reach out to elementary students who have not used real clay in art class, or used props and dance while they sing in music class, or have missed exposure to cultural connections to countries of origin in foreign language class, or who have missed out on gymnastics or other heavy equipment units in PE class. Please give back what has been lost to our students. Support our elementary art, music, foreign language, and PE programs so that teachers can deliver the rich learning opportunities our district has always provided for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comments?
You want to share one that came by email?
All right, I have a public comment that came via email to the district. I'm going to read this. My name is Rachel Georgicus, and I am the parent of a rising second grader, a carpenter, and a toddler that is a future D64 student. I'm writing in enthusiastic support of the full-day kindergarten motion that is being voted on by the board tonight. I'm grateful to the Kindergarten Exploration Committee for their time and work in bringing this proposal to the board, especially in this already difficult school year. When we first moved to Park Ridge 7 years ago, I thought that surely we would have a full-day kindergarten by the time our daughter started school. While that did not occur, I am hopeful that this motion will pass in order to give future students and families this opportunity. There is a clear need and want for this in our community, both evidenced by the survey conducted by the committee and the lottery for extended day kindergarten at Jefferson for the 21-22 school year, with not all families being accommodated. I specifically support option 4 over the others for a few reasons. Not only does it integrate students and families into their home and school community earlier, it also allows for the potential growth of D64's preschool program at Jefferson. If the discussions and national policy proposals around universal pre-K come to fruition, it will be wise to have that space at Jefferson available for expansion. Finally, I want to advocate for the board to approve full-day kindergarten as a tuition-free model. While many families in Park Ridge are financially affluent, not all are. Having kindergarten be free for all will be equitable and inclusive of our entire community and in line with surrounding districts. I strongly urge the board to approve
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move to look at the approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, amendments from the board?
I have a possible thing for the consent agenda. Should I pull it out now or when we get to the consent agenda?
Do you want to just do it when we get to this
Yeah, that's
consent
fine.
agenda, and then we'll pull it out there?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, remind me if I forget, but I should remember. Okay, all right. So, all right, if there are no changes, we'll move on to the Judith L. Snow Awards, where we get to honor some of our outgoing eighth graders.
Thank you. Is either Laura or Lauren here tonight? Okay, I just wanted to see if they were going to be here to say anything on behalf of these students as well. We were able to recognize these students at graduation at their ceremonies, but we just wanted to make sure that the board was also aware of these accomplishments. As the board knows, we have many talented and very dedicated students in our community. So these are difficult to award each year as there are so many good candidates, but at the end of the day, Noah Munoz Lowe from Emerson and Maeve Staunton from Emerson, and at Lincoln, Catherine Barker and Ryan Schoenstead were the winners of the Judith Snow Awards this school year. And was there a student in the audience? Is any of the students here tonight that are receiving the award?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So if you don't mind coming up just for a second to the microphone.
Tell us who you are. I'm assuming that's Noah.
And can you just give us a couple comments on who you are and what it meant to win the award?
Hello, I'm Noah Munoz Lowe, and to me, the award felt very special because I put a lot of hard work into writing my essay, and I've done tons of volunteering hours. I didn't really know about it before, but I've just done these hours and all these things like in 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And it felt really special to me because out of like all these kids in this district, I know there's tons of talented students and there's lots of great people who could have been chosen as well. But I got chosen, and it feels like really special for me to be chosen.
All right. Well, thank you. Congratulations once again on your award. And you're very well spoken for being put on the spot. So
Right.
nice job on
That's
that.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, these students represent our district well, and I'm sure they'll continue to do amazing community service activities in high school, so thank you. All right, let's move on to our COVID-19 update. Eric.
Sure. So we're a little bit in a holding pattern right now, as the board knows, as we're waiting for the guidance for next school year. At this point, really everything is riding on that, of just waiting. We have a lot of rumors of what it could or couldn't be, but just waiting to see what those guidelines are going to be. And at this point, I could potentially anticipate bringing a plan to the board at the July meeting, just based on, we expect it to come out any day now. There are some conversations we need to have administratively, talk with our unions and so forth, but just in terms of the timing and how I see it's going, most likely that would be the case. So more information to come. I am encouraged. I hear more often people who are optimistic that the child vaccine could be available even by the start of school. We're really curious to see. That is going to be an enormous piece of what our guidance will be going forward. So right now we're waiting, but most likely new information to be coming soon.
I saw, I think it was on D25's board packet in their latest meeting, that they had a memorandum from Hodges and Louisi around the latest, around the governor's executive order and the interpretation of that for schools. I'd appreciate getting one of those when, if they issue one, on the new guidance when it comes out,
Okay.
if you plan on doing one.
But a lot of the opinions that we've been writing, and I have to look at that one, is related to, does the Illinois Department of Public Health and does the Illinois State Board of Education actually have the legal authority to what they're doing? That's what we're getting a lot of questions about, the executive orders, the guidance. And just to give you an idea of what's been going on in some other districts, we did have several districts over the last month, boards take formal action to make masks, for example, optional in the fall. ISB then yesterday released several letters to those districts putting their recognition status, you as a public school district, on probation, and forcing them to a Zoom meeting to tell them what their plan is to correct that, and then saying that if they don't correct it within 60 days of that meeting, they will pull their recognition as a public school district. So just to give you an idea of how seriously ISB is taking these things right now.
How about other questions for Eric? Eric, how many students did we requested a remote option?
Meaning at the end of the school year?
Or for next year, or was that not?
Right.
So there's a few who.
Right, so the way that it's going to work is the fact that a family is going to have to go to a pretty long length to be able to show that the child cannot be in school. And it is much more similar to a typical school year when if a student maybe had a heart transplant and couldn't be at school or something like that. But otherwise, the expectation is that all students will come in person, and the only time that they might have to go remote is if they had to quarantine.
And as of right now, the mask mandate for all students, regardless of vaccination, is what?
That a mask needs to be worn in school at all times.
Regardless whether you're vaccinated or not.
Correct.
As we sit here today, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter based on...
On ISB and IDPH's guidance during the school instructional day, and the state superintendent just sent out an email, it was about a month ago on this, saying as we sit here today, under the current guidance, masks will be required for the 21-22 school year.
For the school day, does that also...
School day and then for extracurricular activities.
Okay, so it does apply to extracurricular activity as well.
But then things like this, a school board meeting, where this has got not an instructional component, now we're under the office business kind of phase 5 guidance.
Okay, so is that the same for high schools as well in Illinois?
Yes.
And that's why I thought this Hodges-Louisi memo was good for a board to read, because it defined, I think the wording was in schools. It wasn't clarified if it meant inside or outside, but it would be good for us to read those things, to be able to question Eric, appropriately when it comes to approve the plan that he develops. And so everybody in the public understands that, it was the executive order, as I read it, mandated that you followed that guidance. So while it was guidance from the ISB and the public health,
it has the force of law under the executive
order. So it was really good to read that, and I'm assuming it'll be updated once the next round of executive orders come out at the end of the month.
Yeah, it'll be updated, and we'll start doing webinars also.
And just so our audience understands, what's the gravity of losing your public status as a public school?
You're not a school.
District?
Your days don't count.
So whoever goes to school there doesn't get credit for that school?
Correct.
For that day. So I wanted the public to understand how the gravity of that.
We've also heard from ISB General Counsel that IDPH may come in and condemn the building as unsafe.
Yeah, that needs to be made. I think that needs to be made public, because lots of parents are saying, my kid's vaccinated, so they're not going to wear the mask, and that's not accurate.
Right, I wanted to make
As
sure...
we sit here today on June 23rd, that's not accurate. Yes.
So I wanted to make sure that the public understood that regardless of how this board felt, that we have some heavy hurdles that we would have to, jump over if we chose to go a different route than what the recommendations were. And ones that would have a very dire effect on our children and our school district. So just throwing it out there so everyone's aware.
So maybe when you get that, maybe we can post it on our D64 page.
Or let's see what the guidance, hopefully we'll have some guidance
From now
in the
till the
next
time
few
school
weeks.
starts.
So, okay. All right, anything else on COVID-19 update? Okay, all right, let's move on to our next agenda item is the appointment of the Franklin Elementary School Assistant Principal. Eric?
Thank you. So very excited tonight to welcome Margaret Burke to our administrative team. She's there in the back. You want to give us a little wave? Thank you. And Margaret will be joining Kristen as the new administrative team at Franklin. We had quite a deep pool for this position and really went through a lot of candidates to eventually get to the place of narrowing it down to Margaret. Due to some of Margaret's leadership roles in teaching and her strong primary background, we saw her being a great asset to Franklin and to the school district. And we're very excited to have her join Kristen in leading Franklin next school year. So tonight we have Margaret Burke up for potential approval by the board. I was going to clap if they vote, so, but we can do it now, that's fine.
So just hang on, Margaret. Okay, all right. So how about, would someone like to make the motion and then we can have a discussion?
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the appointment of Margaret Burke as the Assistant Principal at Franklin Elementary School effective July 27th, 2021.
Second.
All right, Tom had the motion, Rebecca had the second. How about, is there any discussion? All right, let's go for a vote, Phyllis.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Sotos?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Celis?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Now we can clap. All right, you get a double clap, Margaret. Well, welcome to the district. Looking forward to seeing what happens at Franklin with the new administrators on board next year. So thank you.
Me too.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, all right, let's move. We have another appointment now, the appointment of our communications coordinator.
Yes, so once again, happy to bring forward Nick Shepkowski tonight. Nick is coming to us with experience having worked at the SCORE radio station in Chicago and also for USA Today. He's done work producing, he's done work hosting, he's been on camera, he's done stories, and has a pretty good wealth of background when it comes to sports. And now we're transitioning him over into the world of education. Nick, once upon a time, thought he would go into teaching and was led down the communications route. So he's very excited to kind of merge his two worlds together at last and to be involved in a school system while also doing communications. So we're very happy to also recommend Nick tonight for an appointment as well. Nick, if you want to give a little wave, just so we see who you are. There you go.
All right. All right, so let's take a motion first on this appointment.
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge, Niles, Illinois, approve the appointment of Nick Shepkowski at the Communications Coordinator effective July 1st, 2021.
Second.
Okay, Phyllis had the motion, Carol had the second. How about any discussion? All right, let's take a vote.
Sotos?
Yes.
Celis?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Pearl?
Yes.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
All right, Nick, welcome aboard. Even though it was only one applause, we still appreciate welcoming you to the district. All right, thank you, Nick. All right. All right, our next agenda item is our staffing update for 2021, including recommendations. And Eric, this is your agenda again?
Yes, thank you. So as the board has in their packet, as of June 15th, we had 81% of those we expect to be registered. Just in the past week from them, we are now up to 88% as of today. I was asked by a board member, how does this compare to normal at this time of the year? And normally at this time of the year, we'd be about 95, 96%. So while it is still a little bit down, we have seen significant gains in the recent weeks. There is the potential that some parents are waiting to hear the new guidance and waiting to hear what next year is actually going to look like. But we're continuing to work with our families to get registered so we know what the staffing is going to be so that we can go out and effectively staff our buildings. Registration continues to go well, and we'll continue to gather that information. I think there was maybe one other thing I wanted to say. And then I had a couple questions in regard to how we calculate. So if it says that a family is pending, what that means is that they've started, but they just haven't finished. Now, overwhelmingly, most of those, they just have like one more document to get in or something that they need to drop off at the school office, but it can range just depending on the individual. And we do count them once they're started as officially in our numbers. And due to the amount of staff we have right now, we can meet everything where we're at. We may have to come back to the board in the summer to ask for more positions if enrollment does go up to where we'd expect it to be, but we don't want to hire positions for maybes. We want to make sure that the kids are really going to be there before we recommend that. So that's one piece of it. A second piece is that, as we've talked about, we'd like to add an assistant director of facility management to be able to assist our director with all of the evaluation pieces that need to happen since custodians are here from before 6 a.m. to after 11 o'clock at night, and also to look to be able to complete more projects after hours, because typically we're unable to do that with just how the school day is structured. And then lastly, is we are asking for math intervention staff for this next school year to meet the needs that we have in the area of math, as all other districts need as well. And I was asked a little bit of why are we not asking for reading interventionists, or why would we not look to increase that? Well, we don't have math interventionists. We already have reading interventionists. And reading interventionists can sometimes cheat and do a little bit of math, but now they wouldn't have to. They can 100% focus on reading, and we believe at this point we can meet the needs with the staff that we have. But because these positions don't exist, then we're asking for them to exist for this coming school year. As I've mentioned to the board before, what we're asking you to approve tonight is only math interventions for 1 year. We are only asking for this academic year. Obviously, we'll assess where we are towards the end of next year, and if we believe that we need this further, we would come back to the board with a request at that time. But I also shared with the board that math interventionist was something that has been considered in this district the last couple of years anyway, and so we might be bringing a plan to the board a year or two from now about looking to add math interventionist positions full-time. But as of right now, we are only asking for post-pandemic to meet the needs of our students for the 21-22 school year. So those are the pieces, and happy to answer questions.
I think the one piece that is really important for our taxpayers is this year that you're asking for is not going to come out of our budget. Right. It's coming, it's being paid for by an ESSER fund, which
Correct.
is, okay, so I just want everyone to know that. So in the future, if we want to continue it, it would be something we'd have to budget for, but this year we'd be voting on using some of the relief, COVID relief money that we received that has been earmarked for something like this nature.
Yes, correct. Thanks, Tom.
Just a quick point, we haven't got to the action item itself yet, but the way it's drafted, it reads, you could read it as that we're only hiring the Assistant Director of Facility Management for the 2021-2022 school year. Would it be better to split this? Because I think your intention is to keep that Assistant Director of Facility Management for a little longer, so is it worth splitting that into two action items to make it abundantly clear? And whoever proposes that.
Okay. Well, why don't we take an action item on, that's a great point, Gareth, okay, why don't we take an action item just on the assistant director? And how about you make that motion?
Okay, I'll make that motion.
So before you do that, is it the intention to keep the facilities management assistant director longer than 1 year?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just to,
So that's why we're going to separate it, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that
No,
that's what
good.
the intention was.
Yeah.
Okay, I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge Niles, approve the recommended staffing of the new Assistant Director of Facility Management.
Second.
All right, so Gareth had the motion, Carol had the second. How about discussion on that position? We talked about it the last meeting. Is there any further discussion on that position?
Is this a position that you see the district needing long-term?
Yes.
Or is this temporary to get us through a lot of the next, 4 or 5 years of construction and, all these other things that we're going to be doing?
Yeah.
Which puts we've been through this with other increases to the district's facilities, that it was putting a pretty big strain on that sector. So I was just wondering, once, I don't know if actually this statement probably is never going to be true, but once this district slows down and doesn't have to do so much, constructions, so many changes, is that position something that is going to stay and then we're just going to reallocate what work they do? Because at some point, the idea is that position might not be as needed.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, we will certainly continue to assess as we go forward in terms of whether it is needed or not. In terms of, obviously for the pandemic, we've hired a lot more custodial staff that we're now starting to go down on. But in terms of if we get to the point where it does appear that so much has been taken care of that it's no longer needed, then we could reassess and repopulate the position.
And is when it comes to other areas of the district's needs, do you feel that we have to make some additions to staffing in other areas? Or do you feel that our staffing is pretty set in other areas that would affect something other than facilities?
Sure. So just speaking in terms of administration, I also will come to the board sometime in this next school year with a couple of cuts that I think that we can cut back and make some changes as well. But outside of that, I think that we're well-staffed in terms of administrators. But yes.
But it seems like districts of this size, that's a common position as we were talking.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments about that position? All right, let's take a vote.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Sotos?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Sellis?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right. All right, so now let's, before we get into discussion, let's make a motion on the second part of that action item. And so, Gareth, you're on.
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge, Niles, approve the recommended staffing of 7 math interventionists for the 2021-22 school year.
Second.
All right, so Gareth had the motion again, Carol had the second. How about any discussion?
I hope this is something that we can continue if the budget allows for that in coming years, if we still see the need for it based on where we're standing in our metrics for math.
And if the interventionists, make a difference,
Right,
obviously we
right.
want to see that data. And are these full-time positions?
They are.
Full-time positions. And with the teaching shortage, as Joel said, is there any concern about having applicants for these positions?
Obviously, for all of our positions, there is always the concern, but there is not a concern for this position in particular for any reason, and that we would take those 7 positions and then utilize them depending on the amount of students per building and what the needs are across the district. But yes, they are full-time positions.
So are these independent contractors? Do they fall under any of our union contracts?
Yes, they would be regular PREA members.
They would be regular PREA members. How does the addition of that, how does the contract work with that? I mean, they've only 1 year, it's a 4-year contract, but they're employees.
Teachers are employed on a year-by-year basis.
Okay.
Every year they're renewed or they're non-renewed, and they'd be first-year probationary employees, which you could non-renew for a good reason or no reason at all.
And is 7 enough?
Yes, so we sat down, carefully did the math. We feel comfortable that 7 would be the correct amount for us.
And the federal government is providing the money.
Correct.
But are they just providing the salary? Are they providing the salary and benefits? Are they providing the salary and the benefits and reimbursing the state for the pension costs? What level are they providing the money?
Is it a zero cost to the district complete for that year?
So we did do the calculations, and this fits well within our ESSER 3 money. We're getting approximately $1.34 million, and this will be about, on the high side, I would say, $460,000 would be on the high side. That includes salary and benefits for the employees. The employees do pay their own TRS, so our portion of the TRS is very small, and then Medicare, which is also very small. So this does fit well within our ESSER money. Even if some of them were needed for a second year, you would still potentially have ESSER funds to support this.
And in comparison, how many reading interventionists do we have? Do we have 7 full-time for that too, or is it?
There are multiple abilities that depend on building costs.
Okay, it'd just be interesting to compare next year if we are planning what the need is and yeah, more for next year.
Yeah.
And so as I just heard you, Eric, they won't be necessarily working with a certain building, but, they could be floating between 2 buildings depending on needs.
It could be possible, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have the July 15 and August 12 meetings. Are you envisioning these people being included in the personnel reports for either of those? And then we'll see the dollar amounts in those personnel reports?
Sure, yep. Or I can share it with you any other way you want.
Right, other questions, comments? Okay, I think we're ready to take a vote, Phyllis.
All right. Little.
Yes.
Salas.
Yes.
Wojtovich.
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Pearl.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Sotos.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a 2021 interim student achievement update from Lori.
Thank you for the opportunity tonight to address the board regarding our end of school year data for 2021. So typically I do an annual student achievement report in November, and I'll do that again this November. But because of the uniqueness of the school year, we wanted to give you an update on our scores in the areas that we do standardized assessment in reading and math. So let's see. have better luck with the clicker tonight. Thanks, Eric. So this presentation is actually going to share data from our MAP assessments in reading and math. And we give that assessment in 2nd through 8th grade. And then I'm also going to share some information about our early literacy and early math assessments, which we administer to kindergartners and 1st graders. But as always, I want the board to keep in mind that we have a balanced portfolio of assessments in District 64. So while MAP is a standardized assessment and the Fast Bridge assessments, those early reading and math assessments, are screeners, our teachers also design and administer classroom assessments, and we administer common assessments across the grade levels. So the standardized component is only one piece of the picture that we look at over the course of the school year when we look at student performance. Another piece that I just want to mention before we get started is because District 64 is a high achieving district, we look at both achievement and growth. And our achievement scores, of course, tell us how does our average score compare to the average score of other districts, right? And our growth scores tell us, are our students growing more or less than students in other districts? And growth is really an important measure for a district like ours. It's important for us to look at growth for students who haven't yet met the target for proficiency, and it's important for us to look for students who've already met that target, right? As we think about, see if I can. Okay. As we think about the last 15 months and this unique school year, there are a couple of things that we want to keep in mind as we consider our data and how that data may have been impacted. So of course, obviously, we experienced some significant instructional transitions this year. We moved from full remote to hybrid to full in-person, and each time that we transitioned, teachers and students made significant adjustments to instruction and to the learning setting. This year, and I discussed this a little bit in the fall, our students participated in the remote administration of the MAP and Fast Bridge assessments at different times during the school year. This was a novel experience for students in the fall. They hadn't done that before. So it's important that we consider the data in that context. And we also administered the MAP assessment a few weeks later in the fall than we typically administer it. We typically administer MAP in our 2nd week, and this year we administered it remotely in our 7th week. So our data is interpreted based on the norms for that 7th week of instruction. As a reminder, we don't have spring 2020 MAP data because of school closures. So tonight we're going to look at 3 years of historical data, but we're looking at spring 2018, spring 2019, and spring 2021. And then last, I just want us to keep in mind that because of the significant number of transitions, teachers really worked hard over the past 15 months to adjust pacing as we lost instructional time. And any time that you adjust pacing, you're impacting really the introduction and sometimes the mastery of content, right? And that can ultimately impact assessment. So, and we'll talk more about that specifically when we look at some of the math data. So this table shares the percentile rank for the mean score at each grade level on our math MAP test. So you can see our percentile rank for mean achievement in math was fairly consistent at each grade level in the spring of 2018 and the spring of 2019. So we expect to see our scores in this range at the end of each year. But you can also see that achievement decreased in spring 2021 at every grade level. And you can see that 5th grade is a bit of an outlier in this data set. And it's in 5th grade that we ask students to really master more complex math concepts. So think about sitting at the kitchen table with your fifth grader and talking about fractions, right? And one of the things that lays the foundation for some of that complex work is what happens in spring of fourth grade, right? And these students in spring of fourth grade experience school closures, right? And then in fifth grade had a chaotic school year with transitions in and out. So that's what we suspect is happening with that data. And I'll talk more about how we disaggregate the data at the building level and the team level and by teacher in a couple of minutes. So we're going to talk about math growth in a minute, but before we do that, I want to reshare our fall data from 2020 that we discussed this past winter. So the fall data gives us some insight into how school closures may have impacted student performance. And so this is the percentile rank of the mean score at each grade level when we started the school year in the fall, and then where we are this past spring. So you can see that we see more loss at 5th through 8th grade, and this is actually reflected in the growth data. So before we talk about growth, I just want to remind us of something important, because growth looks different than status, than achievement scores, right? So on the NWEA MAP test, a growth rate at the 50th percentile is expected. That's considered average growth, a year's worth of growth. And anything above the 50th percentile is considered above average growth. So we don't have a measure of fall to spring growth for the 1920 school year because we didn't administer the MAP assessment in spring of 2020. But you can see here that our 2021 math growth percentiles range from 33, the 33rd percentile, to the 52nd. And grade levels typically make growth in the low 50s to low 60s in the area of math. So our students made typical growth in 2nd and 3rd grade, and nearly typical growth in 4th grade, but below average growth in 5th through 8th grade. And so this table then shares some information about reading, and we'll circle back to math in a minute, but again, this is a similar format. It's the mean score at each grade level on our MAP reading test. So you can see that our percentile rank for mean achievement in reading remained fairly consistent at each grade level in spring of 2018 and spring of 2019, with the exception of 5th and 7th grade. And in spring of 2021, we see a decrease at all grade levels, but relatively consistent performance in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 8. But there's yet another factor that we need to consider in interpreting our reading scores. So in 2018 and 19, we began to implement new curriculum in English language arts. So that 2018 score there is the score that was in place before we began to implement our new curriculum. That 2019 score that's in the middle is the first year of implementation of a new curriculum. And when we implement a new curriculum, we expect to see some fluctuation in the data, sometimes an implementation dip, because we're teaching teachers the new curriculum, we're responding to adjustments in pacing, we're doing a lot of learning around new philosophy or new content. And so we do expect to see some fluctuation. And then, of course, in 1920, we had school closures at the end of the school year, right? So in 1920, our planned professional development program was targeting small group differentiation in reading. And we were unable to fully realize that target because of the COVID-19 health crisis. And then, again, this year, we wanted to target it, but it's challenging to do without the focused attention of our ELA coaches, who were really assisting teachers with designing and implementing curriculum through technology in a different way. So thankfully, with the support of the board, we have extended the support of our K-5 ELA coaches to provide professional development for this coming year. And then this summer, with middle school representatives, we're planning as a team to meet to differentiate, to design differentiated instruction and activities for middle school English language arts. So that those columns are 2018 is the end of our the end of the school year before we implemented the new curriculum. 2019 is the end of the school year with the new curriculum. And 2021 is the end of the school year, hopefully post-pandemic, right? So this is the percentile rank of the mean score at each grade level when we started the school year in fall 2020. And then the second column is the percentile rank in spring of 2021. One of the things that we notice about our students in reading that's different from math is our students don't typically lose as much ground in reading over the summer. And so using those fall norms, they typically look higher in the fall. We have lots of students, well, lots of kids like to read books, right? And they continue reading over the summer. But it's possible that not as many kids continue doing fraction problems, right? But many kids enjoy reading, and so we sometimes are able to sustain some of those higher scores with the fall norms in the fall. But we do see a decline over the course of this school year. And again, we don't have a measure of fall to spring growth for 1920, but our 2021 reading growth percentiles, you can see, range from the 38th to the 47th percentile. And typically grade levels make growth in the low 50s to mid 50s in reading. And while there's less of a range in reading growth scores, you can see that this school year, we only made typical growth in second grade and below average growth in third through eighth grade. So, you know, one of the ways I'd like to frame this is, what does all of this mean for instruction next year, right? And when school districts organize for instruction, we use a model, which of course has an acronym. So it's a model called Multi-Tiered System of Supports, but we call it MTSS, right? And the model basically identifies the levels of support that we provide students when they're learning. And Tier 1 is all about what happens in the classroom, right? Differentiated instruction in the classroom. And it encompasses the largest group of kids. We expect 80% of our kids to respond to our core instruction, 80%. So, and in general, what that means is we expect them to be performing at the 40th percentile or above at least. Our teachers can design differentiated instruction in the classroom, typically for kids who are at the 40th percentile and above. And they do lots of interventions for kids who are at a range below and above that, but that's typically how Tier 1 is framed in schools. Some students need a little extra assistance, and it's in Tier 2 that they receive that help. And often these interventions and supports are delivered in a small group setting, like math intervention or reading intervention. But we expect that no more than 15% of our students would need that additional assistance. And then some students may struggle a little more, and they might require more intensive individualized instruction. But we would expect, if we have a solid curriculum in place, that no more than 5% of students would access that intensive level of instruction. So when we think about these tiers of support, it gives us another frame for focusing on our performance data. So this chart shares information about the percentage of students who were at Tier 1 at the end of the 2019 school year in math and at the end of the 2021 school year in math. So you can see in 2021, we have a few grade levels that have dipped below that expected 80%. So in addition to expanding differentiated instruction in the classroom, we're going to expand some intervention groups at certain schools and at certain grade levels. But the data, the data does show a need for those expanded services, but it does also show that the majority of our students can have their needs met through differentiated instruction in that general classroom setting. And this is the data for reading. And again, it does indicate that we may have the need to expand small group interventions in reading. There's not as dramatic a difference, I guess, as there is in math. And again, the majority of students will have their needs met through differentiated classroom instruction, but we may expand intervention services for some students in reading at certain schools and in certain grade levels. So one of the big questions is that we'd probably like to know, well, is this happening to everybody else as well, right? And so NWEA created this tool that lets us look at similar schools. And one of the ways that you can look at a school is around the metric of poverty, which impacts student achievement. And so comparison data is currently available for fall 2019 and fall 2020. And I'm hoping that they're going to release spring data sometime this summer, and I'll keep you apprised of that. But our comparison data shows that District 64 performs slightly higher or the same in math than other low poverty schools at 3 grade levels, and slightly lower, but really still comparatively similar at 3 grade levels. So fairly similar performance in like school districts in the state of Illinois. And then the same thing actually is also true in reading. So we perform slightly higher than low poverty schools at 4 grade levels in reading, and relatively similar at the other grade levels. So this comparison data indicates that, the pandemic did have a significant effect on school districts across the state of Illinois, and we're experiencing a similar effect to schools that are like us. So up until this point, we've been focusing on 2nd through 8th graders, but now we'll shift and talk a little bit about our kindergartners and our 1st graders. So at our winter presentation, I talked a little bit about how challenging remote learning is for our kindergartners and 1st graders. So one of the things that happens in kindergarten and 1st grade is we target learning and learning behaviors, right? So we're really focused on what is the school setting, how do we build independence, what does it look like to be in a class discussion, what does it look like to work in a small group. So kindergarten and 1st grade settings were really significantly and uniquely affected this year. They just didn't have enough of a baseline of what school was like to be able to come in and out and maintain that model, right? So we screen our kindergartners and our 1st graders 3 times a year, and we do that to identify who might benefit from some additional support. And we don't usually put that screening data in this student achievement report, but we added it this year so that we could get a sense of where the kids are because of what's been happening. And interestingly enough, in fall of 2019, we introduced new assessments around early screening. So we don't have historical data, again, for spring achievement, but the 2021 benchmark will be our baseline going forward. So in a typical school year, though, we do expect 80% of our students, again, to be performing at that Tier 1 level. On this assessment, this decodable words assessment, so one of the most important things that kindergartners learn to do is read decodable words, right? So for us, for our generation, that means words they can sound out. and we have found this year that about 61% of our kindergartners met that standard, and another 39% are not at the standard that we would expect. And that decodable word test is really kind of a beacon for how kids are doing in terms of their foundational instruction. And then on a reading RCBM, that's the first grade assessment, and that's how many words a first grader can read per minute. It's actually reading a text, reading a story. So how many words can a first grader read accurately in a minute? We expect 80% of our first graders to be meeting that target, and we had 67% meet that target this spring. And then in math, a great beacon for kindergarten is their number sequence assessment. So if I say 11, 12, 13, a kindergartner can tell me 14, right? And we had 83% of our kindergartners met that standard. So they seem to be at this point reasonably solid with their counting, and we'll talk about that in a minute, about why I think that is. And then our first graders take an assessment called decomposing numbers, where they're given a number like 8 or 10, and then another number like 6, right? So they have 10 and 6, and they have to tell us that a 4 would make that 10. So they're decomposing the number 10 to tell us what makes 10. And so we had 64% of our first graders meet the standard on that. And again, we expected 80% of our first graders. So in order to address all of these things, the principals and I, the building administrators and I have already begun meeting about building level data. So we have planning meetings where we review school data and we look at each grade level, we look for historical trends, and we set goals, right? And we look for anything that may have happened during that school year that could have impacted instruction. In a typical school year, I don't know what kinds of things may have impacted it. Maybe we had a team of relatively new teachers who were still learning their craft in a different way, right? Or maybe we had somebody move to a new grade level. So those are the kinds of things that we look at when we analyze the data to see if there was something outside of the norm that could have impacted it. At the beginning of the school year then, our principals set up what's called data days. And this starts in August at our staff development. The principals then follow up with grade level teams and really look closely at the data by student. And then from there, they begin to form small groups in the classroom and plan for instruction. So it's really at the building level that the data gets disaggregated by school, team, and teacher. And then our second plan is we're going to target differentiated instruction in math, specifically at grades 4 through 8. And you heard tonight about our proposal about allocations for math interventionists at each school. And again, as Tom said, through that federal funding. And in addition, we're going to expand our intervention work at kindergarten through 5th grade in what's called our X block. So we've set aside time during the school day for reteaching and extending learning, and much of that differentiated math instruction can happen during that time. And then we do receive title funding for a few of our schools, and in those schools we've implemented tutoring programs, before and after school tutoring programs, and also some co-teaching that happens during the day to support students in the classroom. At the end of the school year, we were very busy, and our grade level teams got together and they reflected on what had happened during the school year and identified what they might consider potential gaps in learning for kids for the following school year. And so at our August staff development days, grade level teams are going to pass that information on to next year's teams and look at the data and identify additional priority learning targets. Our curriculum specialists have also looked at the data with their teams and have looked at the pacing for units next year in reading and math. We talked about kindergarten and 1st grade, but this past year was really especially tricky for students in the area of phonics, right? So we have a core instructional program in reading, but in addition to that, we layer on a core phonics instructional program. We have a balanced literacy program in English language arts, and one of the pieces of balanced literacy is explicit phonics instruction. So think about what happened to the kindergartners and first graders this year with phonics. They were learning it through a mask and on Zoom, right, for part of the year, and then when they came back, they were still learning it through a mask. And it's hard to hear, you know, a kindergarten teacher or a first grade teacher will tell you that they celebrate when kids are distinguishing between B's and D's, right? And that's or P's even, and that's in a typical school year when there's no obstacle to being able to hear those things. So one of the things that we've planned for next year is we're ordering some explicit intervention materials to reteach some of that critical phonics instruction to our kindergartners and first graders. More so to our kindergartners, but to our first graders who don't have it, so that they can move forward then in their trajectory with reading. And then I'm meeting with a team of middle school teachers this summer so that we can plan some differentiated activities in middle school reading at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade and look at the pacing for next year, specifically related to middle school. And then finally, I know I mentioned this earlier, but our K-5 ELA coaches are going to continue to provide support, but we've changed the model for next year. So we're implementing what we're calling ELA coaching in residence. So at the start of the school year, our K-5 coaches are going to live in residence at each of our elementary schools. Probably not overnight, but maybe some days, right? And they're going to be doing some planning with grade level teams and some explicit modeling of instruction. So really getting in and doing that modeling, building those small groups based on the data that we have, and just doing some coaching around what small group differentiated work looks like. And as you know, differentiation is a key goal in our strategic plan, in our new strategic plan. So that's where we're at right now. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has.
I have a question about the fifth graders seem to have a particular loss of learning on reading and math. And I think for fifth graders in particular, they were remote, they were hybrid, and now they're going to middle school. Just think that's a lot of transitions for that particular group. Is there something we can do for them in middle school to catch them up in addition to, you know, this coaching? Because it just seems like that grade has a lot of transitions over the last 2 years.
Yes. So Dave, Samantha, and I, the principal at Lincoln and the principal here at Emerson, are meeting this summer to talk specifically about what would be the best transition for sixth graders. It's going to be a unique year for them. You know, I mean, they did get to come back together somewhat at the end of this school year, but it's just going to be a tough transition for them. We have strong intervention programs at the middle school. And I anticipate that anybody who needs to access an intervention will be able to, especially after we hire our math interventionists. But the math and reading intervention is only part of it. There's an SEL component that's also critical. I know both middle schools have transition programs for fifth graders entering sixth grade to help them feel more comfortable, but we're talking more this summer about whether or not that needs to look different because of what happened. But that's the SEL piece, right? Yeah, they'll be nervous. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question that I never thought about until you brought up the data about the early learners and their the phonics issue? Will we need additional speech language pathology assessments at all for the kindergartners or first graders due to the fact that by not seeing the face, you're losing some of the visual learning of the mouth movements associated with the sounds and the recognition?
That's a really interesting question. I wonder if Dr. Frost wants to weigh in on that. So one thing I will mention is that just in context, right? Our kids aren't demonstrating that they're struggling with learning. they're demonstrating that they're struggling with learning in that model, right? That model didn't work for them. So as we move into this school year, I expect them to be able to catch the concepts that we traditionally teach them through reteaching and not be resistant to learning, just maybe behind until we catch them up. I don't know if that helps, but I think you're right, and Leanne probably has more to weigh in.
It does, but putting that in like with the COVID update, that if masks, as of today, as Tony said, masks will be required for the upcoming school year, then that presents the same challenge for those entering kindergarten, first grade, and how can we, is that maybe speech language pathology assessments potentially a support structure to help children who may be having difficulties with the phonetic aspects of language learning?
That's a great point. Leanne, would you like to speculate?
Sure. So speech and language services are actually special education services. They're not general education. But one of the things that we have done with the speech and language therapists this year is that we actually had a committee that worked for probably since January, as far as looking at our MTSS approach with the speech and language approach. And so we have already identified different activities for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, so that we already have those things already kind of in working, so that when students do come back, if there are questions or concerns, we can provide some supports for teachers within their classroom for them to help correct, and also further assess whether or not this is really a area of need because of stimulability. When we're talking about reading, we're not necessarily talking about a speech and language. Phonics is whether or not it's understanding what the letters are, the letter sounds are, putting those words together. It's not necessarily a speech and language issue. It can become one. So, it's important for us to understand what those differences would be and how students present themselves in determining whether or not it's a speech and language issue or if it's a phonics reading issue.
Also, just as a side note, the speech teachers did have masks that were like plastic in the front, and so they were viewing the mouth movements and airflow and through this little clear plastic piece. It's not, it doesn't make it better, but it's something.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, our English learner teachers also have masks like that.
And one of the things that we also did too with students who were currently receiving speech services, in some cases it was better for them to continue the services in remote because we could remove the masks, and so then they could see the movements that the speech therapist was making.
Are there any indications from the pre-K level with assessments for speech, and I forget what the exact term is for those folks who get assessed early and may have the district may have to provide services for? Has there been any uptick or downtick in that as a kind of an indicator of what we're going to expect the level of services to be for the incoming kindergarten? How are they being affected? Are they actually better off because their siblings have been at home potentially and they've had more interaction with them, or and with older kids because they haven't been able to go to pre-K themselves, or is it actually gone the other direction? Just any preliminary indications you're seeing from assessments at the pre-K level?
Child Find, when will you start
Yeah,
that?
well, Child Find is always ongoing, and I'm not quite sure as far as when we look at the Jefferson profile of students, whether or not there was actually an increase. I can tell you right now, there has been a slight decrease in special education eligibility for students in District 64. We're down about 20 students than we were from the previous year. But I think that was more so of, because of being in a COVID environment and not having students in session. But again, it was a very slight decrease, probably 3-4% at most. So not anything to be overly worried about. But I think, Child Find activities will continue. I think one of the things that we have done, both with speech therapists, occupational therapists, and we actually just met with social workers yesterday, was really identifying what our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports were in the MTSS process. so that we have, ways to start providing intervention to students right away at the beginning of the school year. Now, MTSS supports in the different tiers will always continue to be updated as we learn more or better techniques with students. We'll update those too and provide those supports to our teachers.
On a more fundamental note, there was some graphs up there on the growth data for reading. I don't know if there was a way to flip back to those. But I think in the memo there was kind of it was kind of indicated that reading scores were not affected by COVID as much as the fact that they were already low the year before. And I think I think that's more on achievement itself. But because of the change in curricula, is there a kind of a concern that the curricula itself isn't working? I know some parents, have expressed to me that the kids aren't having spelling tests anymore and things like that, and it's a different curricula that was implemented in that kind of relies more on the child to be, I guess, more adventurous and make mistakes. But is there any concern that that's not working because of the lower scores and the lower growth scores as well relative to math? It looked at the growth scores were more at the 50s, and the math scores, growth scores pre-pandemic were much higher. And I don't know what it was under the old curriculum, but is there any concerns that curricula isn't working?
We only had 1 year of full implementation before we transitioned into school closures at the end of 2020. So I don't have concerns about it, but whenever we implement a new curriculum, we watch it very closely. And both Leanne and I do look at the data very closely to see how kids are responding. One of the things that was interrupted by COVID was the opportunity to do professional development, that second year of curriculum adoption, around small group instruction. And small group instruction in reading is really where differentiation happens, right? Like where you're meeting kids at their level of challenge and you're seeing that growth from them. So we have guided reading experiences, explicit guided reading experiences for our kindergartners, first graders, and second graders that they didn't really have the opportunity to participate in because they didn't have shared reading materials at home. So they didn't have the texts at home. So the loss, interestingly, one of the reasons why we adopted the new curriculum was to increase those scores, right? And we anticipated those scores increasing, and then the pandemic hit, so we don't have a good baseline yet of where we're at with it.
Okay. So you looking for another year or two of data to make a decision with whether it's working or not?
Yes, typically 2 years. We implement a curriculum for 3 years. But while we're implementing it, we're responding to the data. So if we see that there's a gap at a particular grade level, we meet with that grade level team and look at the assessment and decide what the gap is. And then usually we either supplement it, or sometimes it's an issue with pacing, right? And that's one of the things that I'm having a hard time teasing out this year, because pacing was adjusted, but the tests were administered at a specific time. I don't know if the students didn't master that content or didn't master that content before the assessment, because the pacing was different than it is in a typical year. So that's one thing I'm anxious to tease out this coming year, in addition to the PD. But that's a great question. But we look at the data very closely, and we would pivot and make an adjustment if we needed to.
One of the things that we've also done this summer is, Lori had mentioned professional development. So we've been doing professional development with our teachers already this summer. So they're coming in and getting training on some of the curriculum that we are utilizing. We are implementing a new reading program for interventionists and for middle school for next year. And so the teachers have started that training already. So again, trying to take advantage of the summer months when things are not as chaotic and we don't have to worry about subs, and getting this teachers trained during the summer so that they can implement it starting the beginning of the school year.
Thank you.
You know, I think the other thing, Gareth, is parents, of course, know what they did. They had spelling tests, and you have to learn these math facts, and, you know, things have changed. You know, I can do math, but I can do it my way, and my kids are like, well, that's not how we do it, but I don't know the new way. I can get the answer, but I can't do it how they need to do it. You know, so I think that's part of the, you know, where it's just learning's changing, so.
I just have one quick question. The kids with IEPs, how are they factored into this? I know we're getting interventions and we have, but are the parents meeting with these teams like during the summer? Did it continue on? Because I know some of them, at least that's what they're telling me, is like they didn't actually really do hybrid because they couldn't get their kid to sit and they couldn't do the Zoom for the speech. So those kids I feel like are really behind, and what's happening to those guys?
So when I did a presentation to the board in February, we looked at the MAP data. And the MAP data, our MAP data for students with IEPs is always lower than our students who are not receiving specialized services. But the data looked pretty decent at that point. So we looked at the fall 2020 MAP data. When it came to growth, our reading growth was average. It was 51.5. And then our math growth was at 34. Okay. So we felt pretty good with that. But also, you know, one of the things that we do is we're continuously looking to how can we, you know, continue to beef those up. We want to catch those students up. We want to close that gap. So that will be, again, one of the things that we're looking for, you know, in this school year as far as giving our teachers additional training on that. So one of the things that we do offer too during the summer is extended school year services. I believe we have approximately 80 students who are coming. They receive reading and math instruction in order to maintain those skills so that they don't lose those skills.
Thank you.
So you mentioned the performance results for the fall. How would it compare for the spring for that group of students?
We don't have that data yet,
Okay.
so I can't comment on it. I can also tell you too, when we did the presentation in February, we only had the MAP scores from fall 2020 because we had not looked at the MAP scores prior to that. We had always used the IAR scores. When we didn't have the IAR scores, we moved over to the MAP scores. So that is something that we'll continue to pull.
So I have a question for Lori. With this new MAP dyslexia screener, what's the plan, or does our district have a plan for using that?
The FastBridge dyslexia screener?
They have this new dyslexia screener, NWEA, with the MAP test, right? I mean, I think it came out this year.
On the MAP test or on
Correct.
FastBridge?
MAP.
Okay. We don't have the screening tools connected with NWEA, but we do have them for FastBridge. And I believe there is a tool within FastBridge that can screen for that. And I think the reading interventionists and resource teachers were reviewing that piece with Kara. Yeah, we're reviewing that piece with our Tier 2 reading coordinator.
So is anyone ever going to look into the MAP dyslexia screener, since it is a new thing that I believe it's being offered? I mean,
Yeah,
is that-
we can look into it. We already own a screener that,
Right.
we already own a screener that's part of a suite of assessments that we have, but we can certainly look at another product.
I have a question about the kindergarten first grade screeners.
Sure.
Have you considered, in addition to or in lieu of that, administering the MAP to the kindergartners or first graders?
We have talked about that. Always there's an expression in education which is you can't fatten the sheep by weighing them, right? And what it means is how much instructional time are you trading for assessment time? And how accurate are the assessments for kindergartners and first graders compared to students who've had more school experience? So we've talked about that at times in the district, but we've really struggled with administering a standardized benchmark assessment to those students when we feel like we can get the information that we need to guide instruction from these quick screeners. So each of these screeners is timed and takes about a minute. So even between reading and math, the kindergartners and first graders aren't spending more than 7 or 8 minutes in a test session 3 times a year, whereas the MAP takes significantly longer.
Right, so the concern could be is whether the map is more accurate, and then if differentiation is one of the goals or your next steps, you know, to continue that, then maybe that would help too for the kindergartners and first graders.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we've talked about. It gives you different information, but it is something that we've talked about.
So is this the biggest performance decline since you've been in the district?
I would say yes, this is a significant performance decline, but at the same time, we have a new curriculum, we have new screeners, so we don't have historical baseline data, and we're missing our 2020 baseline data, or 2020 spring data, I'm sorry. So I would say yes, this is significant, and it is for other Illinois schools, but I think we've got a plan for tackling it, so I'm anxious to put that into place this coming school year.
And then I don't want to belabor this, but for the maps, are there other districts around here that do administer the maps to the kindergartners and first graders?
There are a couple of districts that do it, but it's not as widespread as you might think. Most districts start in the intermediate grades.
You mentioned earlier that you cut the data several different ways, and I think by grade, by teacher, by school as well, and did you see any anomalies there? In particular, did you also cut it between like COC as well versus non-COC? So because, you know, interventions, you know, maybe needed even at that level if the MAP scores had dropped, right? And did you cut the data that way and look at COC, for example, and see if they also didn't get the growth?
So in terms of CFC, we have similar numbers of students in terms of eligibility for CFC reading this year as we have in the past. In some settings, it's almost exactly the same. But we see a decline in math because kids didn't master some of the grade level concepts, so an accelerated curriculum probably isn't appropriate for them for next year. So we see a drop in math, but consistency in reading. And one of the nice things about our Channels of Challenge program is we give kids a chance to become eligible for that program each school year. So in some districts, it's like second grade's the year, right? And if you're not eligible in second grade, you can't move forward into that. We try to give kids multiple chances to participate in programs that meet their learning needs.
Yeah, my question wasn't so much about eligibility and who got in and who didn't. It was for those who were already in there, for example. And, you know, their growth is on a different trajectory, I guess, but did you see a drop as well, even in what you would have expected from their growth? And is there going to be interventions even for, you know, the COC as well?
Yes, there will be interventions at every level. And I don't have that data in front of me, but I can pull that if that's something the board's interested in looking at. Anywhere where there's a learning gap, there'll be an intervention.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just interested to see that cut as well.
I mean, no matter how you cut it, the numbers don't look great. But there's explanations for it, and there's good reasons for it. I mean, never a good reason, but how long do you think it is before this district recovers from those numbers?
Tom, that's a great question. I was actually talking about that with a team of teachers earlier today. I think that with if we implement interventions with fidelity, I think within a year and a half definitely, but I'm wondering for many, many kids, I think we'll be able to close the gap within the year. Leanne and I have talked about this at length as well, but I think within the school year, we should be able to close the gap, but definitely within a year and a half.
And something that's just been kind of lingering in my head. So we see this decline in MAP scores. Did we see a equivalent or equal decline in our grades for our kids? Did we have kids who were A students in 2018 or 19 now be B students or C students, or did they maintain their A's because we graded easier for the... I'm just trying to figure out, you know.
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the things that that we've been trying to work on as a system is having the grade reflect mastering the standard. So not changing the way you're grading based on what's going on, right? So kids have to demonstrate that they've done the learning in order to earn the grade. You can't get the A for bringing in the extra box of Kleenex, for example, right? Like we used to be able to do. So I think, I don't think teachers graded easier. One of the things I've heard teachers consistently say this year is that if they had homework or assignments in the grade, it impacted the grade because they weren't always getting assignments back from kids. Or if participating in an activity, for example, in class was part of the grade, kids weren't necessarily earning those points because some kids weren't participating.
So I'll make up an example. I have a kid who ends up with straight A's, but yet their MAP scores don't look so good to me.
Yeah.
I got to know how to handle them.
Yeah.
Do I punish them? Do I mean, do I take away sports? So I'm just trying to figure out.
Fractions with
Yes,
every day.
you do fractions
you
with
sit
them.
down with your student.
I think there's a difference between the grade and between the MAP score. I mean, I think the MAP score indicates how much of the curriculum, not even at their own grade level, because MAP's an adaptive test, right? So how much of the curriculum they've mastered. I think their grade is what they did for their teacher in their classroom on the curriculum that was presented to them. Now, the curriculum that was presented to them this year wasn't our typical curriculum, right? So the teacher didn't say, I only got through 2/3 of it, so 1/3's an F, 2/3 you get a grade on, right? So the kids in classes were graded on what was presented to them. MAP presented problems to kids that they didn't get to yet. Does that?
No, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I think it too, Lori's talked about the different learning environments too, and, going back and forth between in-person, hybrid, remote and so forth, that impacts. I also think in some cases, some students were overdoing the assessment. They didn't really they weren't really motivated by it this year, because they were, I don't want to say, they were
Fatigued.
Yes, that's a great word.
They were fatigued. So we have the novelty of the remote administration in the fall, and then potentially the fatigue in the spring. But I can't gauge what that was,
All right. All right, thanks to the board for great questions and comments about student learning. I mean, this is what we're here for, so thanks to both of you for presenting and answering your questions. So, okay. All right, so now let's move on to our next agenda item is the discussion recommendation for full-day kindergarten. This was discussed at our Committee of the Whole special meeting a few weeks ago. We had an extensive and detailed discussion, so we just want to get back to that and see if we have an action item this evening. Eric, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. So we're going to make a couple adjustments here. Yeah, Studio GC, if you want to come up and get settled. And then Dan, I'd like the PDF that I sent you, I want to do that first. Of the demographer's report. And then we'll switch to the kindergarten presentation.
Do you need a stretch break or get up for a minute? Rebecca? I'm good.
I'm going to take one anyway.
The standing desk.
Yes. Hydraulic.
You can get up and just walk around. See, it's not a big deal. I do it all the time. Forget the camera, who cares? We're here. We're working.
Rebecca, I'd be very uncomfortable if your seat was sandwiched between two people.
You would, but a normal person is fine.
Yeah, right.
We were at a PTO meeting once and she had to switch with me. I think you volunteered.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of this seat because of that. When I go to restaurants, I'm like,
Or people's.
at people's houses, I'm up against the wall.
You can, Rebecca, remember when you reorganize your furniture, you can't have your couch back to the entrance.
I'll suspend it from the ceiling.
I'm gonna use the washer.
And then do you mind scrolling down to page 12? Yep, just go a little more so we can see the bottom. Thanks, right there. Okay, so if the board remembers, we wanted to give you 3 pieces of information in order to make, to help you make the kindergarten decision. One of those pieces was to bring the 5-year facility plan, so you just understood there are other things in the district we're going to have to do besides this. The second piece was obviously last time going through an extensive discussion of the different options, why they're being recommended and what they are. And the third piece was to look at the future of enrollment so that we can see should that be a factor in your decision making as well. So, you know, obviously we can spend, you know, more time on it, but really I'm looking towards the bottom of that percent change. Total K-8 across the board. So as you can see here that while we are going to keep going up a little bit in the next couple of years, it then will get to a point about 2025 where we're going to start going down. Now, obviously, you know, these are predictions, and so, you know, they're just as good as predictions can be. But even as, you know, Luann and I were just comparing numbers, he's 16 students off this year, for instance, for us compared to what was predicted. So they do tend to be relatively accurate. So while I do think that, you know, it is something the board has to think about, with the idea that it will be potentially going down, but you see that those percentages are still rather small. So there's not going to be an enormous difference, but there is going to be a little bit of a difference. And so a couple of the pockets where maybe things feel tight right now might feel a little less tight in a couple of years. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. Any questions about this before?
I do. K through 5 is what impacts the most here when we're talking about where we're going to put our kindergarten. Am I reading the chart incorrectly, or are we looking at increases for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years before we see a decrease in K through 5? Not that.
So right here.
Right. Well, so if you go up right to that chart, we are, yeah, so we used to be at 2940. 2019, we went to 3017, right? We go up to 3055, we go up to 3094, we go up to, you know, we're a little down to 3076. Still all 4 of those above the 3017 if we use 2019-20. 3068, 3081, 3054, 3020. It's not until 2027-28, which we really can't project, that we assume we're going down. And we were overcrowded in 2016, 17, and 18 at the 2,930 numbers, not the 3,017 number in 2019. But then when you go down to the bottom of this, it shows -18, -8, negative, you know, +38, +39. I was having a hard time, you know. Ultimately, if you look at this chart for what it really is, we are increasing for the next 5-6 years in our K through 5 schools, which are the schools that are going to be impacted by our decision. And anything beyond that is a super guesstimate if we're going out 7, 8, 9, 10 years. There could be a baby boom, you know, or whatever. So I just wanted that, I wanted to clarify that on the chart, because when I was first looking at it, I'm like, wait a second, this looks like even though we've been talking about decrease numbers, it actually looks like they're increasing. And they are increasing at levels that are almost bubblish compared to what we were doing 2 years ago. So it's a little concerning as to my initial concern of, do we have enough space in our K through 5 schools to not only handle what we currently have, but if you add, you're going to spend the $24 million to add kindergarten there, which is not going to really give you any additional space for this problem. So I really want to keep emphasizing that whatever decision this board makes should really take into consideration growth and, you know, potential, because we don't want to be, we won't have enough time to build additional stuff to accommodate, and we're going to be talking about high, maybe going past what we typically like in a threshold of how many students are in a class, and then talking about adding assistant, you know, teachers and help, and then, which is all non-ideal. So we have one chance to get this right, and personally, if we do it a different way, potentially, let's say, and this is a question I wanted to ask you, and maybe this is the right time for it. If we were to do everything at Jefferson, and then we see all these numbers decline, and we end up with 3 or 4 available rooms in the other schools, since kindergarten only impacts a child for 1 year, wouldn't we be able to just auto shift and send them to their home schools for a year or 2 or 3, and then if the numbers shoot back up, auto shift back to Jefferson as a single school, and then just keep flopping back and forth as needed if we spend our money on Jefferson as opposed to our home schools? Since it's only a 1 year, it's not affecting children, the same child for more than just 1 year. It sounds to me that, you know, if this year we had everybody at, or for the next 2 or 3 years we had everybody at Jefferson, and then all of a sudden these numbers are wrong, they drop, we end up with 3 or 4 available rooms in all our other schools, we come here as a board and say, you know what, next year we're going to send them home, we're going to send them to their home school, make some minor adjustments to who uses what classroom, and maybe that lasts for 2 or 3 years, and then the numbers jump back up. Oh, well, the schools can't handle it anymore, we need to reclaim those classrooms for 1 through 5, we're going to send them back to Jefferson. I'm just saying that there's, you know, but when I looked at this chart, I came into the meeting thinking something differently, and then I looked at the chart and I'm like, wait a second, we still end up with the same problem. So just wanted to point that out.
Sure. So yes, I would say potentially what you're suggesting could work, and we could do that, doing the back and forth. It's a huge upheaval, so it would be enormous every single time. We're talking change in philosophy, change in all the busing, changing, you know, potentially teachers and moving and just all of those things. That would be pretty major, but yes, we could do it in essence. That is a possibility.
I going back to this, you know, it's kind of statistical, right, in the fact that what we've been presented with is an expectation in each of the years. But the standard error around that expectation is going to increase as a function of time. So to Tom's point, you know, this is going to be less and less comfortable for us to rely on the further you go out. So to your point, is it really going to decrease in 10 years? Who knows? Like there's a lot of caveats in that report when you read it. And so I think it brings us back to this question, is do we have a space issue? And if we have a space issue, shouldn't we think of the bigger picture, solve the space issue, and also if we are going to go and ask for a referendum around that, when we're asking to fix the schools for the next generation in terms of space, and not have to build a $10 million extension here or there, is that a better question to be asking than, do you want all-day kindergarten?
So one thing, can I point out on Eric and I had a lengthy discussion on the enrollment. We got to remember we're dealing with people, not widgets. So behaviors can change, and certainly with COVID, those behaviors have definitely changed. We're seeing a decrease at 2 of our biggest schools this year. So, but that may change next year. It's just different. What I've recommended to him, which I did in the past, is like every 2 years, we have McKibben update the projections. We also have the Census 2020 data, which when I talked to him earlier in the year, the demographers were not too happy with it, but, you know, that's going to change. So I have recommended to him that they have it updated again in the fall after the 21-22 class is seated, and then they can look at, again, you know, the demographics in our area, what has changed, and look at that census data to, you know, refine and hone in on it. Because you can see when we're only off by 16 students out of over 4,000, that's really pretty good for doing projections.
Agreed, but I would expect also, given the recency of this study, that it's going to be more accurate for the first few years. But as I said, it should get less accurate as you go out if you relied upon it. But and therefore the need to redo it is important. But I think the other thing is, though, even the census data is going to be out of date. The real estate market is hot here in town right now, with a lot of people moving out of the city, coming into town and buying homes. Single, you know, the starter family home size seems to be pretty hot. It's interesting to see, you know, what data they would come up with if we redid the study to find out how that has shifted our population here with this low interest rate environment that we have.
Well, and that's why I've suggested that in the fall they redo this, because it does change, right?
Mm-hmm.
Behavior changes. You know, cohorts of students move in. We've had a ton of tear downs in this town and new homes. When I drive around, I don't necessarily see that anymore. So then you have the cohort of those children. When they get to, you know, going into high school, you're going to start seeing a dip in your enrollment here. It's just natural. I mean, that's just what happens. My entire career, I've watched this happen in different districts. When you have these large housing developments that are put in, you have these huge cohorts of students coming through. Districts are building, you know, extra buildings. I mean, look at Oswego, right? And then things change and you're mothballing schools. So that's why I really encourage them, and the cost is very low, you know, like every other year, have McKibben re-look at it and, you know, reevaluate our situation, you know, given what's going on in the world.
Yeah, I agree. I think to your point, though, the tear downs, right? We used to see a lot of tear downs. It's too expensive to build right now. Like studs have gone from $2 to $8 or $9. So people are but money is cheap. So they're buying older homes now. It seems to be redoing that.
So did we take into consideration the flood of individuals that are going to want to move to D64 when we finally implement full-day kindergarten?
Well,
I mean, I say that half-heartedly as a joke, but the truth of the matter is, I'm sure it detracted several people from buying here, and those numbers might change. It'd be like, hey, you know what? That's a district that we really wanted to be at, but full-day kindergarten was a deal breaker. We moved to the neighboring city. Now we're going to have it, and all of a sudden, you might see a 5-10% jump in those numbers just because we have full-day kindergarten. I'm just saying. I don't even know if that's true or not. I'm just.
I would think it's part of the equation. It's not the whole reason they're moving to the area.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because my brother chose not to move to Park Ridge for that exact reason, and
Or
he just
you'll
went.
have a switch in families who would be preferring different non-public school options, and then once that opens up, they may reconsider enrolling their kids in D64.
True. They might go. You might have people that live here private that are not like, hey, we don't need to do that. We're gonna go this route.
Yeah, and obviously it's always our interest. We don't want a bunch of empty classrooms sitting in a building. At the same time, we don't want to be overcrowded. So, you know, I think for me at this moment in time, I think that Franklin is the one school I would be concerned about with some of these numbers climbing in the next couple of years, that where exactly they would be. But I do believe the other buildings would be able to take that in. It's just a matter of then deciding what do we want for the future, just as we consider those pieces. The other thing is the reason why option 4 is listed as 23 to 25 million is because the board then is going to need to make some individual decisions based on schools. So let's take Franklin, for instance. Well, while we're at Franklin, should we add one more classroom just to help take care? And then that would change the price there, you know. And there are a couple other little things like that throughout the plans that it'll depend on what the board ultimately decides to do with those places too. All right, okay, if I switch off of this and go to the kindergarten presentation. All right, Dan, can we switch to that now?
One thing though, when we do ask for that, could we get his standard error next time so that we can
Yes.
actually,
Yeah, I'd
when he,
assume that
I don't know if he does that
standard error
around
that
his
we could just get from him.
expectations,
Mhm.
so that we know where can we really rely on this and for how long?
We talked about the McKibben update after the census. He said no last time. So hopefully, you know, so it sounds like he's saying yes. And so hopefully we can get it in early fall, not late fall.
Well, yeah, so what I've done in the past is waited until the class is seated.
Yeah.
And then I send him those numbers also. And then he has that data. And by that time, you know, they will have had a chance to look at the 2020 census to see if it's even going to be useful. But they're looking at a lot of other, you know, considerations, birth rates, death rates, all kinds of other
Yeah.
things go into the equation. But I'm not really sure how valuable the 2020 census will be.
And I think the birth rates are down.
Yeah.
You know, they've been declining since 2007. They thought there was going to be a COVID bubble of, you know, birth rates, and there wasn't. So.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. So just once again, to kind of remind the board, we came last time with 4 options. Option number 1 was to just take care of Jefferson and stay with half-day kindergarten. Option 2 is to add the ESC piece to Jefferson, but stay with half-day. Option 3 is to make Jefferson a kindergarten center, and that we would move ESC to there, and full-day kindergarten would all be at Jefferson. And then option 4 is that we would take care of Jefferson, move ESC, and add full-day kindergarten at each of the schools. And then last time, the board asked for us to consider an option 5, which was to take care of the Jefferson upgrade, move ESC to Jefferson, but now move grade 5 to Emerson and Lincoln in order to accommodate the full-day kindergarten at each K-5 school. And then maybe we'd only have to do additions at the middle schools instead of having to do all of the elementaries. So Studio GC is going to talk about that and maybe a couple other pieces. And you want to start here? Okay, so Rick Petrisek once again from Studio GC, and Marisa and Amy helping out as well. So
Rick, pull the mic closer. Thank you.
So when you asked with regards to moving 5th grade to the middle schools, we have an outline of questions that we kind of based our estimates on. So we talked to the district staff a little bit and got good answers back from them with regards to these questions that we kind of looked for basis of design for the estimated space requirements. From that, we calculated the square footages, kind of plus or minus on all this information, and we developed the cost associated with each of the schools. So there's considerations for additional spaces at each of the middle schools for, say, additional NPR space, having library space for 5th grade library books, supplemental spaces, outside of the LRC could be intervention rooms. Also, we need to know whether or not we can support having a 5th grade classes in the middle schools that have PE and also lunch time available during the day. So we developed that, and coming with the proposed preliminary estimates for Emerson and Lincoln Middle School. Emerson is roughly about $12 million, as you can see, and Lincoln is about $10 million, a little more. This would also entail the renovations that we talked about previously for Jefferson, for the building itself, and moving ESC over there, I believe. We moved them over there too. So a total preliminary budget is about $32 million in doing that.
Okay.
So
What sort of number of classrooms would that be adding for Emerson, and what would it be adding for Lincoln in part of those estimates?
We have it on,
It was 10 at one of the schools and 12 at the other. So it was that we looked at the numbers with Luann, and we worked with what the projections were, and one of the schools required 9, and I believe the other one required 11, so we boosted that to 10 and 12.
Okay. And when it came to the Jefferson add-on, would that still be with the ESC on a second floor, or wouldn't
No.
would it be on the ground floor at that point, because they wouldn't have, it would be a detached building from Emerson?
correct. So Jefferson would have, stay a single story, and we would have to make some minor additions for a secure vestibule setup for the ESC, but that would include the renovations to the building for the existing programs there also.
And the demolish of some of the
Go ahead.
space for Emerson?
What would happen to Jefferson would be exactly the same as what it would be for option 4. So with Jefferson would just have the ESC shifting to it, and then that small around, I think we said 800 square foot addition just for a secure vestibule. But otherwise, the footprint of Jefferson would stay exactly the same.
And the only need for the what's the reason for the secure vestibule at Jefferson at that point?
It's twofold. It's not allowing people to enter the actual school section of the building on their own, and directing people to the ESC portion of the building, having that separation. So we would have a control point with regards to that.
Is there anything else, Rick, you wanted to talk through before I just?
No,
Okay.
I'm fine. Thank you.
So the other piece is that, it was asked, we did call around and talk to other districts that currently have a 5th through 8th grade model. In every single one, none of them could give us a reason why. And the answer was, that happened a long time before I got here. And that's just the way it's always been done. And so nobody could tell us they were here when the decision was made, or they know why. Now, they're perfectly okay with having 5-8. Obviously, that's what they have and that's what they live. But when we wanted to talk about, but is there a certain philosophical reason or why having 5th grade with 6 through 8 is better than having them a K-5, and they could not give us a better reason, or that it meant more. It was more like, well, this works for us because this is what we do. And then in terms of us then talking about, well, tell us a little bit about the structure. What are the benefits of having the 5th graders there? And some of them actually talked about the fact that because 5th graders are there and they don't think they fit in with 6-8, they actually create 5th grade as like a school within a school, and it's very protected, and they don't associate with the rest of the building because they think they'd rather be at a K-5 building. Really from that initial feedback, at least of districts in Illinois and the surrounding area, that was all the information that we were able to get. I would also say that if the board is seriously considering this route, I think I would need more time to pull a committee together of people, talk through philosophy, do research, all of that. I wouldn't just want to do that quickly and maybe take some time to study it. But we just wanted to get back to you in regard to that. In terms of moving on to some other pieces, So what we've been able to figure out is if we do have full-day kindergarten, it's going to approximately cost us $1.2 million a year to staff. So that would just be an additional 1.2 on the budget that we haven't had in the past. We did figure out that annually the difference in curriculum would be minimal. And while there would be this one-time setup in terms of all the things you need in a classroom once you build them, that really would be a one-time cost. So really the ongoing cost primarily has to do with salaries. And then the board had wanted to see, well, if we were to charge parents, how would that play out? So just as you're kind of seeing it here, if we charge parents $18 a day, which is approximately half the cost of private day in the area, we would get back our 1.2. So we would pretty much even out. If we were to go all the way up to $36 a day, then we'd make that certain amount of money back. And if we went to 24, which is the current cost of extended day in the district, then that would be the profit that we would earn. So I think one philosophical discussion for the board to have is, if we are going to ask the parents to pay, are they paying for us to maintain, or are they paying us back for having done all this construction? And that might factor into your decision making here. Now, how you're going to do it in terms of are you going to charge parents or not, that also can be something we continue to talk about, at least if we know the direction we're going, that, you know, because we can go either way in terms of that, but at least to kind of give you an idea of what the information is. And I think, as we shared with you previously, calling around, there are very few districts that charge their parents in our area, that overwhelmingly the districts do not at all.
And if we did charge, we would take into account our fee waiver families, so that would be taken into account.
I think profit might be the wrong word there, because, you know, one, we wouldn't be making a profit because we'd also be paying down those bonds too. So that 2.6 most probably would be, at least for the next 20 years, would be the necessary revenue that we would need to cover the costs,
Correct.
Assuming that we wanted to go down that path.
Thank you. Sorry, if I used the word profit, I shouldn't have used that.
But yeah, even then, so I think there's the covering the salaries and benefits cost, but there's covering the capital cost too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, there are two options on the table in terms of not doing anything with full-day kindergarten, of just needs in the district to consider. And then we have options 3, 4, and 5, which are are laid out there as well. So, you know, obviously, Rick and his team is here, Luann's here, so we're more than happy to continue to answer questions or help the board as they continue to discuss full-day kindergarten.
So my question's for Luann. Did you run the numbers for the projections? Because for the salaries, right now it's 1.2 additional salaries and benefits, but then, you know, do you have, let's say, like 10, 20-year projections, what that's going to look like?
We haven't run it through the projections yet, but remember, we already have a $500,000 contingency in our budget, and we do put about $600,000 a year into our working cash, which is basically, you know, like a savings account, which some districts don't even have. But clearly, this would need to be run through the projections.
So that's information that we could give you.
I think last time we were here, there was somebody asked the question, are these, if we did the option 4 of putting a homeroom at each school, is the option going to be able to build up at some point should the numbers increase, or what are we going to do for space if they do increase?
We did look at that specifically for field school, and that came to roughly $188,000 to set that building up so that we could go up for a second story. That would provide us a basic flooring system layout so that we could expand. Also, we would prepare that part of the building to have a stair tower in the future and also the elevator itself.
Okay, and is this 188,000 reflected in that 24 million?
No, the number that we gave you previously is, we left that as such, and we came up with the number. I talked to our structural engineer and everything, talked to him about everything, and we came up with that for the cost. And that was strictly for field.
Does that number also take into consideration, because there was a concern last time when I brought this question up, if we can build it to where we can build up on it. The response to me was, normally we don't do that because it would cause a disruption during the year. You'd have to shut that whole section down just to build the second floor on it. So you'd lose that whole section for a year. Is that no longer a concern?
Well, there probably is a time period where we would not be able to have occupants underneath, but we haven't timed that out at this point.
So what was a major concern at the last meeting is not as big of a concern this time, or
Yeah,
is it still a concern? It's still a big concern.
Somewhat of a concern, but the basis of being able to move up a story would be taken care of by that. We would gain a lot of time by having this type of system implemented in the base of the design for the project.
Would one summer be enough to prevent that new portion that we build now to close it down to get the second floor built enough to then accept students on the main floor of that addition? Or would we really be looking at closing that whole section down for a year?
It's very possible that we would still have to close it down, because what we would have to do is, when we're losing a classroom at each end of the building as part of the first floor right now. If we have to go up, because we are intending to install the stairs and the elevator in those particular areas of the building. So that part of the building definitely would be closed down, and depending on how much work could be accomplished during that summer period for mechanicals and things like that, that would have to pass up to the second floor, we may have to close that part, the rest of the building down also.
And with that $128,000, did you take into consideration how many square feet that we'd actually gain by going to the second floor? Because you're putting a second floor on a first floor, but you're losing a considerable amount of space on the main floor for those double wide stairwells on either end of it, single wide at the top because it doesn't continue on.
Right.
But are you really going to gain enough? I don't really need that answer tonight.
Okay,
I want that.
good.
I want that. I want that to be. I just want that.
Otherwise,
to be,
I'd give you an estimate.
Right. I just wanted that to be, something that we hear that we're discussing, because
we have thought of that.
It's a big concern.
Yes. Yes.
And finally, the purpose of you bringing up that we looked into field specifically is, I just want to remind everybody, we are running out of ground space to build stuff. So if we do build in these schools and we don't do it right now, we may be prevented from doing anything further in the future.
Right.
Especially if, the water reclamation
MWRD
changed their rules on us, and now all of a sudden they cramp us down even more, which they've been known to do.
Right.
Now we're stuck. We won't be able to build even a outhouse to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Because we don't have enough ground space for water drainage.
Right.
So it's really, really, really important we get this one right.
That's why I said it's a space issue that we've got to solve first, and it's district-wide. It's not just this all-day kindergarten that we've got to think about. And that's why the fifth grade moving to Lincoln and Emerson, it would free up 2 to 3 classrooms in each of the elementary schools, even after you add in the kindergarten. And you're basically, think of the cost of building that Washington extension was $10 million, right? So wireless is a little bit more expensive of an option, and yeah, there's philosophical things that you'd have to get your head over. we're solving the space problem. We're giving each elementary school 2 to 3 classrooms, and we're setting ourselves up for the next generation, right? To have the space.
For $10 million less, you solve that same problem by putting all the kindergarten at Jefferson, and you save $10 million.
Yeah, but then you got another set of philosophical issues of busing and sustainability issues.
Right,
of
so
busing people
there's,
across town.
but it's $10 million cheaper though. That's all I'm saying, because you're gonna free up all those kindergarten classrooms in those schools right away. So, and it's $10 million cheaper.
But listening to the constituents of D64, they prefer option 4, and they really are advocating, even from the comments tonight, that they want in-home full-day kindergarten.
Which constituents are we talking about?
The residents that took the survey.
Which constituents are we talking about? Are we talking about the 40,000 people that pay taxes here, or just the couple of thousand people we questioned who have kids in the district that are maybe going to kindergarten? It's a big difference, because kindergarten, when we spend $30 million on our K through 8 schools, it affects a family for 9 years. A lot more people get, when we are talking about spending $30 million to potentially, or maybe 15 million of that 30 million, because the rest of it's going to move ESC and make other issues, for a group of a family that has only interest in it for 1 year, we have to really be careful on who, which it brings us back to Gareth's insistence that we go to the community as a whole, because this is a huge number to spend on something that truly affects a family for 1 year, and once they're over it, they're over it. Some will continue to fight for it for future generations, but the majority put it in their rearview mirror and look forward for other things. So spending the money is we got to be very careful.
The other thing is the 128,000 is to.
It was 188.
Yeah, 88.
Oh, 180, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, 188,000, which, multiply by 5 to get your, I'm assuming, or maybe you don't need to multiply it by 5 to get a district-wide
Well,
elementary.
we looked at Field specifically because that was one that we were actually building a fairly large addition on, even though we're landlocked. The next school that I would say that you're really landlocked on is Roosevelt. We did not, in the reiteration of adding the space required, initially, we did not look at building classrooms for kindergarten outside of the building because we have the existing auditorium that we were going to take over. Now, there's some discussion about that also, so that's just something that we didn't feel at the initial stage we were at that we were going to go beyond the footprint of the building if we didn't have to.
So even though you prepped it, say for a field for 188.
Yes.
What would you get if you did build up, and roughly what would it cost in today's dollars?
In today's now, if I build a second story now,
Yes, just on the area where you're.
On that
prepping for
area?
188, what would you get for that, and what would it cost? What do we kind of
What's
put
the square
an
footage
insurance
of it,
premium down, if
real
you think
quick?
about it, that 188,000 is an insurance premium?
give me a
Another-
second.
another-
No, I don't
another
talk about
6
something
million?
else. We'll give it to you in just a minute. How's that?
I'm going to guess it's about 6 million.
Or you could answer next time. I don't think any of us
Yeah.
needs questions right now or.
Yeah, it's just as I'm
Yeah.
thinking through the delta, right, I'm looking at the
Yeah, no, no, it's
32
a good
million
point.
versus a 24, 25 million.
7330.
I'm paying for an insurance policy, but
Times
ultimately,
two.
if I need if I need that second story, like,
No.
does it just
it's
automatically
in
eat
the-
away the difference of that 6 or 7 million between the 32 and the 24, 25?
I'm a huge proponent of full-day kindergarten. I have been since the day I've been here. I just want to make sure we do it right, and I also want to make sure that we get buy-in from all our taxpayers. That's all.
So the one thing to think about, Gareth, that you had mentioned too, and I'm not for or against either one, is you're going to have increased transportation costs moving the fifth graders to those two buildings. So I would almost say that would cancel itself out.
So the same with the kindergarten.
Right, you're going to
Right,
take the
here.
kids if they were going to
If you got to
Jefferson.
take the kindergartners to Jefferson, or if you got to take fifth graders to Emerson, you're going to increase the cost anyway.
For those that live outside of the 2 or 3 mile radius?
Well, it's 1.5 miles or
1.5.
serious safety hazard.
Okay.
Okay, so can we talk first, and Tom just mentioned it, you know, he said he's a big proponent of full-day kindergarten. So is the board where are we on full-day kindergarten? Can we just kind of go around and see where are we on that step?
I am another huge proponent of it, and I think we have to do something. And because like for me, 1 and 2 are not on the table.
Okay,
I just
so
think we
full day
can't.
for sure.
Full day for sure.
Okay.
I'm full day for sure for 2 reasons. One, I'm a huge proponent of it, and I think it's good for our district and good for kindergartners. But also, I think that there's going to be a time very soon that we're going to be forced to do it anyway. And I'd rather be ready for it than scrambling and trying to figure out how to do it later. So I think for both those reasons, which is the reason I would sell to our community in large, is that probably going to end up having to do it anyway. So let's do it right, let's do it now, and let's invest the money.
Let's get ahead of the curve. All right, Carol?
So I'm in favor of full day, non-tuition based, but I'm not ready today to vote for any of the options right now.
Is there anything that could help you with that? Like, is there more information you need? Can you clarify that a
Just
bit?
the info that we've asked throughout this meeting,
Okay.
plus maybe more info about, maybe for, I know later on we'll vote individually on the construction on each school. You know, I know we're not, you know, locked into those plans that we've seen, so I think we would need also the buy-in from those families at those schools, you know, like similar process that we've started, I think, with Washington and kind of it feels.
Removing auditoriums is not
And
a
then
big...
maybe whittling down some of these costs too, because what if some of these things aren't necessary? Another thing is, I know Dr. Olson mentioned, you know, how Franklin is it does have that immediate space problem. So if we also discussed making these, you know, attendance boundaries more fluid, you know, and that sort of thing. All these things, you know, in connection with it. So that's all. I mean, I don't know if we have, I guess it just takes 2 people who are ready to vote, you know, the person making the motion and the one seconding it, and then we'll see what happens if that's what happens tonight.
All right, well, let's just get to, and I do think down the road, we will talk more specifics on, you know, what the construction will look like once we decide what it's going to be. Phyllis?
I'm in favor of full-day kindergarten for sure. So I think, like these guys said, 1 and 2 is not an option. I agree with Tom, we have to get it right. I'm a field parent, and taking away the auditorium, parents weren't happy. We're gonna have to get their buy-in. But I wanna make sure that we can build up. Like, we are landlocked. I don't wanna spend all this money and then not be able to build up or like have another off-campus. So full day, we have to be able to build up, but get the buy-in of the parents, get the community.
I'm in favor of full day kindergarten. I'd be more inclined, though, to go with the full tuition-based option until we were mandated by the state to do the alternative. I'm also, though, want to solve the space problem for the next generation at the same time. I'm making it a sustainable solution. And finally, I would want to go to referendum on all of them. But I'm open-minded how we solve the space problem. I only proposed the 5th grade, the middle school as one way. There could be boundary changes. Maybe Tom's option is more preferable. Maybe there's even a 5th, 6th grade, 7th, 8th grade, and split the schools. There's different ways to do that and different way to splice it. I just think, though, we want to solve that problem and present that to the community is what we are doing along with all-day kindergarten and go to referendum.
I support full-day kindergarten, and I strongly oppose any tuition-based model. I would prefer that I strongly believe that should be free to everyone in our community. And I'm also open to entertaining the different ideas to address the space issue, but realize that this is, you know, has been an issue on the docket for our community, not just this generation, but previous generations, and really hope that our board can come together to move this forward.
Okay, so it sounds like we're on board for full day. So we have that decided. All right. 9:24, we have that decided. We're making progress. Okay, so as Carol said, are we ready to make a motion? Do we want some more information, some questions to throw out there?
I have one more question for Luann in connection with when you're able to do the projections, how much have we spent so far on this exploration of, obviously you don't have to answer today, but if we can get those ballpark figures for the next time.
That how much
Have we
so
spent,
far
right, exactly,
exploring this?
correct.
Okay, got it.
Are you expecting an answer now?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
She's working the numbers in her mind. Her last board meeting.
I have one question about voting. I feel like we're going backwards. I think we have to decide as a board, are we going to go to referendum or are we going to do this on our own before we decide absolutely anything else? Because if we decide to go to referendum, then we give this option to the community. We tell them, hey, look, it's 32 million for this, it's 25 million for this, and it's, 10 million for this. Do you want full day kindergarten? And if you do, which option do you want? And let the community decide. It's their money. So if we're not going to go to referendum, if we're going to make this decision on our own and, brunt that shoulder and, be okay with that, then we can maybe potentially decide which route we want to go before, but I think we still have to make the decision if we're doing this as a board with the options that were presented to us, with the way we can get the money, or we go to the public for referendum. I think this board has to make that decision first before we can take any votes on anything else.
I'm not an expert on referendums, but I did assist with the Maine 207 referendum. And so I think looking at, it's phrased as a yes or no. So there wouldn't be these options. So you do all the research and how do you want the referendum phrased, and it's yes or no. So that would be, all that legwork. And just to kind of, I think if we're talking referendum, this is just 207. It took a few years, they talked about their facility plan in 2012, and in 2016 is when they initially started looking at what the schools all needed, and then they had a task force, and then there was the vote. And so it's a several year process. So I think we just have to think about that. If we choose referendum and to do it well, then kindergarten is going to be out further. So I just think we have to take that in consideration in doing it.
So question, since you have some experience, I'm sorry, with the Maine South referendum, it was posed yes or no, do you want to spend 130 million or whatever it was, 230, 300 million or whatever the number was. Did it actually lay out exactly how each of those dollars were going to be spent?
So that was all the work. So, that was all the work that the communications director, they had two people actually one person was leaving and they hired their second person, and his job, I worked with him a lot, his first 6 months was promoting the referendum. All the education, all the videos, all the things. On the voting, it's only the wording of yes or no. Here's the money, and it's very simple as a vote. And if anyone wants to, Tony, if you want to chime in.
There's typically about at least a year-long process of educating the community, floating options, finding out where you're going to get the most support for which option, and then laying out in detail how is that's how you get a referendum passed, because if you don't give that detail, often they'll poke holes in it and it will fail. The ones that fail, you'll see usually it's because for lack of specificity. But you've got to get all those ducks in a row before you put that on the ballot. And the ballot then is, will you willing to approve, yes or no, this amount of money? But they should have all that information then, knowing that money will be spent in this way.
Okay.
No, I'm done.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to say that I do not want to go to referendum. I think that debt is cheap, and these are problems. Some of Jefferson has been falling apart for decades. The ESC has been falling apart for a while. People have been asking for full day K at least since my 11-year-old was born, and probably before then. And I think that we have a opportunity, while debt is cheaper than it's been in a long time, to take care of a lot of long-term problems without hamstringing a future board too much. They get borrowing capacity again. Well, there was a lot of different scenarios, but but before any of this would be a huge problem, we wouldn't be making it so they couldn't solve those future problems. So personally, I think we have a unique window to take care of a lot of this and set up future boards in a really good way. So I just want to put that out there. That's how I feel.
I want to say I agree with Rebecca. And Tom, you brought up a very good point that I mentioned earlier about the survey results from the D64 survey. I agree with you. That was not a representative sample of the community at large. And perhaps a solution not going towards referendum would be to do a district-wide survey where the district would actually contract a professional survey designer and mail a survey to every home. And I don't know what the cost of this would be, but so we should factor that in. Mail a survey to every single person or email or somehow get it to all of our community members, not a Google survey, Google form sent to some people related to D64 and have children in the district. Survey as many actual community members, taxpayers as you can, input their feedback, and then include their feedback in the option models that we've kind of already said that are a go, no go, and then use that as your distinct community feedback in lieu of going to a referendum.
If this board agrees to not go to referendum, which I'm still not convinced is not I'm still not convinced that that's the right move. I still think that referendum should be our first go-to on such large of a spend that's going to have, if it was a spend that didn't have continual spend, I would probably think differently. But this is a large spend that's going to have a continual spend for every year moving forward for every single person that lives in Park Ridge to the tune of almost a couple $1 million, which may increase over years. If for some reason this board doesn't agree with me and we go a different route with no referendum, 1,000% that is at the very minimum we have to do.
Are you proposing that instead of a referendum? Are you proposing it to, if we went down the referendum path, that it would help solidify which options we would take? I know you said you weren't in favor of referendum, but you would find that helpful at least to narrow down what options would end up on a referendum?
Yes, I think it would be helpful in either scenario. Should we go for the referendum or not? That would probably be part of the community informational gathering process if we were to do the referendum. But if we don't, that, as Tom said, should be a minimum, because the survey that was administered, I took it, I didn't feel that it, captured the Park Ridge community, and especially those perhaps not with family members or any relationship to D64.
Those folks come out to vote on the referendums in high numbers. If you look at the ones that have been recently, Barrington, it took them twice. Lake Zurich got it once, but it was very small ask. District 113 had to go twice. So you got to anticipate you might have to go through 2 rounds. Hinsdale, 86, had to do it twice. North Shell 112 tried to do it once. It failed, and then they pivoted and got to a different funding model and figured out how to do it. So
all for full day kindergarten?
No, this is just referendums.
Just referendums in general.
To increase their facilities. And
how long did it take 207 to get theirs passed?
I don't know.
One shot?
So they did a one-shot, but I think they did it well. So the reason why I joined the committee is because my last school district I was in, I was on the referendum committee and it failed. So I had to redeem myself and get on a winning referendum. But you can see how, I think to Tony's point, it takes a lot of time and energy, I think, to put in them to gather support and educate the community on the referendum.
Those districts tried to do it on their own the first time,
Yeah.
and then they realized we need professionals. We need people to come in and help us with the communication, help us with the documentation that we're going to put out.
Did 207 use a professional?
Yes.
Okay.
And
All
the
good to
first
know.
part of a referendum is a large survey, so it could be not necessarily the first part of the referendum, but I mean, there are companies that do this, I mean, the surveying and everything, to even decide if you want to go to referendum. So it's a very good idea.
And if we go to referendum, there's advisory or there's, granting us or binding.
Yeah.
And is there's a limit of 3? Is it 3 in total or 3 advisory at one? In
That
one
I'd have to
election?
check. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I thought there was something around that, but which means that we might be able to ask multiple questions on an advisory basis, but then have one overall binding question or something like that.
And as you may be aware too, there's severe limitations on your communications. They're supposed to be factual and neutral. You're not supposed to be advocating for or against.
As a board.
As a board. Other communities, parent groups
Right.
can establish action committees, and they can do that. The board and the administration, it's facts, facts, facts.
Is there any restrictions on board members in their individual capacities?
Yes.
As well? There
Right,
is?
yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say I do not want to do an advisory referendum with no money tied to it, because you would spend so much time, and then people say yes, and then they're like, okay, but it's going to cost 28 million, and then all the time you spent getting that yes, you have to start all over again to get it tied to the money. So if we do vote to do it, it has to be tied to money, otherwise it just takes so long.
So you
And
would
just
do
start over.
bind in for the money, but would you, if we're unsure about something more of like tuition versus non-tuition, just put that out as an example, then would because you go into
Tuition,
referendum.
non-tuition, that I'd be okay with. Yes, that would be, because then you can still do your project. But as it's like, do you want full day K, and all we get is a yes, no, and then start over with, okay, this is the plan. That, because I watched so many school districts do that when I was covering them, and then they spend so much money just getting to the yes to then start all over again to get it tied to the actual funding. Yeah.
So if the survey was more of a, would you like full day kindergarten? It's going to cost roughly this much, 20 to 30 million. And it's going to have an ongoing cost to the district of $1 million a year or $2 million a year. And options would be for full pay, half pay, no pay. I think those are all the questions that we've been asking ourselves for the last several months. Why wouldn't they be the exact same questions we would ask in our first survey to get an answer from everybody? And then we can take all that information and then decide whether we go to referendum, whether if we get enough people to buy into that survey, and it's a broad enough of a reach where it's people who don't have kids, people who do have kids, people who have no kids in kindergarten, people who have kids that are graduating high school, and it's a good indication of what our community wants, this board may feel a little bit more comfortable not going the referendum route so that we can move it along a little quicker. I just don't think moving it along quickly in fear of a referendum taking a year or 2 or 3 is what we should be even considering, because we don't want to use the fear of length when we're talking about $30 million of our taxpayer dollars. If it takes 3 years, it takes 3 years. If it takes 5 years, it takes 5 years. I think if this board is fully committed, I might not be around when it actually happens, but the rest of you probably will be. We can probably, as long as we keep talking about it every meeting and we keep making decisions every meeting and we get the survey out quickly, even if we do it through the referendum process or through the survey process, we can still make sure this happens, and it's not just going to be another board talking about it for 4 years.
Well, I think the parent response might be, it's already taken 15 years.
Right.
And then we're kicking, I mean, I understand your point.
Great, if they're saying it's already taken 15 years, to do it now, then we've got our answer.
You're, in the survey, you're saying?
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
And I just think, I mean, Nikki, I'm a data person, so I agree with the survey. I think, though, it cannot be as simple as, do you want to pay 25 million to do construction for full day kindergarten? Just think about all the information we have. There has to be an educational component. There has to be, things that people can understand, town halls, people can ask questions. So I don't think it can just be a survey. Because if you ask, do you want to pay full tuition? No, who's going to say yes? I'm going to say no. You have to think about what kind of data are you going to get and how useful and what has to go before that survey, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you may actually want to ask if they vote too, because if they say yes to all day kindergarten, they would support it, but they don't vote. We have 8% turnouts in local elections.
So that's why I think it needs to be done much more rigorously than what was previously sent out, and I think we need to just capture more of the community members in that, and it's that in and of itself, as you mentioned, is going to be a campaign effort.
So I've struggled with this for like the last 6 years, and it really boils down to 2 things. Do we do a referendum and suck up the pain of how many years it may take? Or do we, as a board, say, nope, we're not doing it as a referendum. We are taking this on our shoulders, like you said, and we are going to do it, and we're going to blow through it, and we're going to use our authority as a board to do it, We're not going to ask you taxpayers, and just don't stone me on the way out. I mean, that's really it really comes down to that, because every year we talk about this, this is where we meet the crossroads, and this is where it fails, and this is where it gets pushed to the next week and the next month and the next year and the next board and the next right. And it really is, we have to make that decision as a board, because if we don't make the decision, then it'll just keep prolonging what we're going to do. So if we say referendum, let's start the process of referendum right now, tomorrow morning. We call whoever we need to call. We call the people that did the Maine South referendum. They had a successful referendum. I mean, might as well just use those guys and start the process. If we decide we're not going to do it and this board votes to no-go referendum and spend our money the way we were elected to represent this community, just be ready as a board to answer a lot of questions to a lot of people. Because I personally don't feel the majority of this district wants full-day kindergarten. I think the majority of parents who have children in the district, who went through the pain of not having full-day kindergarten, really want it and want it for next generations. But I think as that person gets further and further removed from schooling, and they're paying large tax bills to live in Park Ridge where they're not benefiting from the school system anymore, I think their desire for spending $30 million might be a lot less.
But that's
my personal opinion.
That ignores the educational component of full-day K-2, which is not just, and don't get me wrong, I mean, the parent stress is a big part of it, but it's also, we identify kids earlier for special services. We get them acclimated to their home schools sooner. I mean, there are educational reasons to do this too, beyond parents want it.
And Tom already alluded to this, but it may be a state mandated requirement in the very near future anyways.
Right.
So prepping for a referendum, spending money to launch the referendum may in fact be moot under this current administration, state-based administration.
And I agree with you, by the way. I just think that people tend to forget about that as they get further and further removed from when their kids are in 8th grade and they're doing well. It's like, all right, my kids made it without full-day kindergarten. They're doing all right. I don't care anymore. I'd rather keep my extra, $900 a year in my pocket. So that's where I think we have to just decide if we want to do it or not do it.
Well, and
one way or the other.
Yeah, and I think also you just have to be ready for the answers. So I just heard 7 board members say you're all in support, and you ask the community and they say no thank you. What are you going to do now? You've all just said this is something we need to do educationally, but sorry.
Well, we do what elected officials do. We
So
analyze
I
that
guess,
info.
Think about that too. Just, are the answers to the questions going to matter? Are they going to make a difference?
They should.
Well, and the other thing, I mean, District 207 hadn't done a referendum in 45 years, and they did one, and it was just, 2 years ago. And we just had COVID and the economic impact of a pandemic. So I think the timing, and I brought that up, and so I totally hear you that you heard that, but I think those two things might affect how a referendum is voted on.
And the Park District has it on the table too, as an option. So that's a lot coming at somebody at once who just voted for one 2 years ago.
Not to mention, voter turnout in and of itself was comparable to those who completed the survey.
I don't know, I think we make the decision amongst ourselves.
I think so too.
Make it amongst ourselves, and this be the board that we make an executive decision and we move forward. I mean, if it's going to be mandated sooner rather than later, let's just move forward and prepare ourselves.
And they'll say District 64, they were ahead of the curve. Those board members were on it.
I think, I keep hearing from the community, every year they say they're going to do it, they're going to do it, they're going to do it, and every year it doesn't get done. So I think we're the board that says, go forward, move, and do it, as long as we have the option to build up and not landlock ourselves. And yes, it's a lot of money, but people are asking for it. My neighbor does it, her kids are in college. She's like, do you guys have full-day kindergarten? I'm like, no. She's like, what? They were going to work on that when I was there. I'm like, I don't understand.
It's the thing people talk to me about the most by far, by the
all
biggest
time.
margin. Yeah.
Yeah, and lots of parents are at the Catholic schools or the private schools because we don't have a full-day kindergarten, and then they're paying, like, their one kid's at Field, their other kid's at St. Paul de Cross, and they're like, it would be so much easier if we could just have them both together. So
I'm not in favor of a referendum. I think it costs a lot of money, a lot of time. I think we bite the bullet. We work with this guy to make a plan that we can build up. Or we do what Garrett says, and I'm open to that option too, but full day kindergarten has to happen, I think, within the next year and a half or two. That's my thought. Let's stop talking about it and just do it.
How do we go on the record and have a vote on whether, if we're going to do full-day kindergarten, whether we go to referendum or not?
That's what I would like. I would like for this board to, at some point, whether we want to do it today or at the next meeting, let's start it seems like we all want to push this regardless of whether it's going to be referendum or whether it's going to be us making the decision. So let's pull the first Band-Aid off. Let's vote as a board if we are going to go to referendum or if we are going to do it amongst ourselves without referendum and with an element of surveying the public on which option we should go with as opposed to whether we should do it or not.
Last time, did we discuss just the referendum on funding, right? Didn't we talk about that as a possibility?
Oh, for the salaries, you mean?
Just to pay for the construction and just everything, and that would be the piece that would go to referendum as opposed to whether or not.
I think the fear there is we're basically going to be asking the public, do you want to spend $30 million without educating them on what they're going to be getting in return? You know, the information that you just threw out, a lot of people just don't know or may not agree with, but could be swayed if they were presented the right material.
Okay, so it would make sense to just do everything, especially if you're
so
gonna hire
either you're going to
somebody
do a full-blown referendum or we're just doing this. I mean, so we have to decide. I think that's our first Band-Aid pull as a board.
Okay, so I think, go ahead.
Yeah,
Can we decide, can we go around and see? where
We
are?
still had info that we needed, though.
I'm happy to propose an action item about preparing for a binary referendum to implement full-day kindergarten, if you're ready to vote on that tonight, and then we make that decision. Then we have a decision point that we decided whether we go in referendum or not, and then we know now next meeting, we passed this discussion, and we're on to the next set. Most probably, who do we get a survey with, or if we don't. So I'm happy to propose a motion if everybody's ready to vote on.
Can we vote on that, though, if that was not on the agenda specifically
It might
mentioned?
depend on how we craft the motion, because it's a recommendation.
So I don't.
We had an action item, so if we.
Are you guys all, ready to vote on potentially proceeding towards a referendum without getting an opinion or a memo on just on everything that goes into that? What the steps are, what the process is, which we can get you fairly quickly. But I think before you even go that route, I think you'd want to see what does it entail? What do we have to do? What are the timelines? What are the steps? Because it's not just.
Because the timelines are intense.
Yeah, I can answer for myself. I personally don't need to see what it entails because I feel that whatever it is and however painful it is, it's something that we may owe to our taxpayers anyway. So regardless of how, when we're talking about spending $30 million, I really don't think the cost of a referendum is going to really sway.
It's just having the full information, and this is a letter that we have this is a letter we get all the time. I could have this to you guys within a week, so you could have it by your July board meeting. So you at least, and we'd put it in the memo. You guys can review it all, understand the timelines, understand the restrictions, understand the steps, understand how it could be challenged, all those things, just so you have all the information. But that's an option.
I just want to ask what the alternative, kind of as Eric alluded, what is the alternative? The referendum vote is no. Okay, then then full day K goes on the back burner for somebody else?
We wait until it becomes mandated, and then we're forced to do it.
Or do another referendum.
Or we do another referendum, or another board, or this board says, okay, we did the referendum, we don't care what you say, we're doing it anyway.
Right.
We still have that authority as well.
Right.
But that's the risk of going to referendum, is if this board all agrees they want full-day kindergarten, and they're told by the community in listen, if the vote is almost 50-50 and one side loses by a really, really small margin, many boards, this one and maybe future, won't have a problem going against the referendum because it was so close. But if it's an outstanding yes or an outstanding no, got to have some real strength to go against it.
It's just, I guess I'm just wanting to get a vote on the principle of whether we go to a binding referendum or not. And
So can we just do that, not a formal vote, but just go around and see where people are? Is that what you're kind of saying, Gareth?
I'd like to go on the record on a roll call. And I'm happy to propose a motion. I don't know if Tony, if it would be in order, but, you know, I can draft something quickly, or if you wanted to as well, just to say, you know, are you in favor of going to full-day kindergarten using a binding referendum?
So are you saying you want it to be a vote, or are
He
you,
wants a vote.
you don't want to do a consensus?
No, I don't want to do
on the
consensus.
record.
What
You
about
wanna
a
do a vote.
modification? We have this action item in here right now, so what if we?
Can't we just modify this
that
action
one?
item?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would say the topic here is pretty general.
Yeah.
Discussion and recommendation of full-day kindergarten. This is related to full-day kindergarten, it's marked for action, so.
But I don't want
There's a
to
draft
ask anybody
motion
to
in
go on
there,
the
right?
record is not ready. I'm happy to wait till the next meeting.
Right, I was going to say, I
would-
support Tony's recommendation. I just would want all of you to have all the info so you know what you're saying before you vote. That would be my only concern.
So it seems like then the best option is to postpone to the July meeting. I just feel like we're postponing kind of what Phyllis is.
That's
I'm
why
like,
I
oh, we're
felt,
postponing.
I felt that there's 4 votes against going to referendum, but I just want to go on the record as being for a referendum. So I'm happy to move past it tonight and get on with the discussion next month, which is why I would propose we vote on it tonight. But if people feel like they're not comfortable voting, that they want.
We could always revote, again.
Yeah, you
If-
can always
if
postpone.
after Tony gets us stuff, we could always call it again and say, hey, you know, now that we have this new information, we'd like to recall a vote if someone feels it's necessary. I kind of agree with Gareth that there's no reason to slow play this unless the information, it just seems like whatever information Tony gets us is really just going to support the individuals here who want to move quickly. It's not going to change their mind to move slower, because whatever information Tony gives us is going to show us the pain and work and effort it takes to go to referendum. It's not going to say, hey, look how easy a referendum is. It's 2 pages and here we go and let's move on with life.
It's going to be more about the law and about the timelines
Right.
and procedural elements. We're not going to weigh in on the other political issues.
So I would have no problem just leaving this the way it is and just adding a sentence that says, having said this, are we for or against a referendum?
Look, let me move a motion. If nobody likes it, don't second it. But I move that Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge, Niles, Illinois, direct the superintendent to prepare for a binding referendum for all-day kindergarten. Simple yes and.
I second.
And just so everyone knows, if you do, he's directing them to get the information and start it, there will have to be a formal resolution at some point where that's the real vote. Okay.
This is just going on the record. Are we going to go down this path of referendum or not? And then we've made a decision point tonight, and we're moving forward one way or the other.
Well, I like the way you presented the motion because it's directing to move towards a referendum.
Yeah.
So then we would have to vote again for it.
Okay,
And
right.
Tom did second it.
Okay, right. So Gareth had the motion with the wording of directing the superintendent for a binding referendum. Tom had the second. So let's do a roll call vote.
Don't we usually have a discussion?
Okay.
If anyone wants to.
Yes, thank you, Carol.
Yeah.
You're right.
And it's preparing, it's just directing superintendent
To start
to
that
start that process.
Yep.
So my discussion is, I think we owe it to the taxpayers. I think you should all really consider that when you're getting ready to vote.
And I agree with what Rebecca said earlier. I think it is it's cheaper interest rates to borrow money right now. When our new chief business officer was hired, he said this district doesn't have any debt, really, and he said, I wondered why. And so I vote that, or that's the option I'd like to consider. This is like, I need to say something.
Yeah, so it's just discussion, so yeah.
Okay, so I agree with Rebecca. Yes, it's a lot of money. This is not a new topic. It's not just what the parents want. It could be easily mandated by the state
sooner rather than later. It's an investment in our community and the future of our students and other families. I mean, I think the positives outweigh the negative, even that it will cost a lot of money. I mean, I think a referendum is going to be a waste of time for a couple of reasons that we've already stated. And so for that reason, those reasons, I'm not in favor of doing a referendum.
So for me, the fact that it will cost a lot of money weighs in favor of doing the referendum.
So,
I think D64 is behind our peer districts by not having this, and that disadvantages our entire community.
Yeah, it was 80% of Illinois has full day K, or somewhere in there, is that
Something like
right?
that.
So, I mean, we are behind, and we do have the bonding authority. We're in good position. Debt is cheap, and I am fine making a politically painful decision to not go to referendum.
One last thing for me, I support full-day kindergarten, and I want it to happen for D64. And I don't think going to referendum prevents D64 from joining the other 80% of the state. I think it just gets us there in a responsible manner. That's all.
it might. The decision's in the voters' hands. Yeah, would be.
I'm in favor of a binding referendum. I think that we owe it to the taxpayers. But if until the governor and his administration decides in the alternative. So, but I would support a binding referendum if we proceeded on that path. And I personally would want to see it a yes vote, but I think we just owe that to the taxpayers. So I would be voting yes for this motion to support a binding referendum.
So that's the thing too. So let's say we have 3 yeses most likely, and then this motion fails. Someone else can make the motion that is in our packet. That's where we'll leave it. So.
Vote.
So let's do a roll call.
Wait, can I just say one more thing? I just want to say that I think the options that were presented by, is it Ms. Kennedy? Luann, was her name Kennedy? The woman that came? Hennessy.
Liz Hennessy.
I knew it was Irish. That I think that what she presented us were responsible options. Like, I don't think that they're out of line. So I just want to say that I think that it's still a responsible decision for the district, and I was very reassured about us not making a decision that captures future boards from being able to doing anything if Franklin desperately needs, to be expanded at some point. So I just wanted to say that on the record.
All right. Any other discussion before we do the roll call on the motion that was presented? Okay.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Pearl?
No.
Sotos?
Yes.
Sellis?
Yes.
Little?
No.
Lubinsky, no. Wojtovich?
No.
Okay. All right.
Some next steps.
All right. So now next steps, you're right.
Is whether someone will make another motion.
Yeah. So is there any other discussion? Does someone want to make another motion or the motion that was in the board packet?
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve option 4 for the implementation of full-day kindergarten as presented in the attached report, with an estimated cost range between $23,532,280 and $25,901,249.
Is there a second?
So can I move to table that, or just to postpone it until our next meeting in
Don't
July?
second it,
Until, we have those questions answered that we discussed.
What do you seconding?
I said don't second it, because
Oh,
then
okay.
it doesn't need to go to the table. We
If
can
no
just
one
pull up.
seconds it, it doesn't even need to be tabled. It just dies.
Is someone seconding?
You were saying to hold it so that.
First, they want to see if but first they want to see if
Yeah.
someone's going to second it, to see if my motion to table is necessary.
Right.
Because I would think the next step is to figure out which option we prefer, rather than go with option 4. So
I'm glad.
prefer to have that.
I'm glad it looks like everyone agrees here, because I was going to be forced to vote no, because I vehemently oppose this option. Because I don't, unless someone can truly make me feel comfortable that we've addressed future space plans in our schools, this one doesn't. So I really, yeah, I would be forced to vote no for it, even though, only because there's not enough information yet.
Can we change the wording of it to vote that we agree to move forward then on an implementation of full-day kindergarten?
So what about your survey option at this point?
Yeah.
Because I'm, you know, I
Yeah,
think
I guess I kind of, that's me being a new board member, and I apologize. So I think that, and now I'm kind of embarrassed.
No.
No,
Your survey idea was amazing. Don't be embarrassed.
No, I'm embarrassed about motioning it. So
you can rescind your motion.
I rescind my motion then. And I think that we can perhaps move forward with this survey to the entire community, have everybody weigh in, but I would argue that we take 1 and 2 off the table.
So how about we make a motion to, you know, maybe it's now to ask the
Direct,
superintendent,
yeah.
just direct the superintendent to actually find a survey company, because that would be maybe, and then we can help work with that company to develop out the options and the survey, and we need to think about the communication, about the road shows, you know, the diagrams, the drawings. There's a lot. But so I think the first step is right, is find the right survey
Well, I think
company
option
or-
1 and 2 is off the table, because you all voted
Right.
to move forward with full-day kindergarten without a referendum, and option 1 and 2 doesn't have full-day kindergarten in it. So we've already just subtracted that from the mix.
I keep trying this out. Do we want to leave 5, like keep it 3, 4, 5, keep it 3, 4, you know, because you guys have to do more research on 5. Do you want us to keep it to 2 options? You know, how do you want to proceed from here now that we have these 3 remaining?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have done enough to obviously give you that information. You know, if option 5 is something you're considering, then there are more steps, you know, that we need to go down. You know, but I don't know that I need it to be one way or the other tonight, you know.
Because I just, if we do you want to keep 5 in the mix just as a board because of the construction cost, or do you want to keep exploring it? What do you think?
The reason I brought up 5 in the first place was this whole space
With
issue.
space, right.
And getting 2 to 3 open classrooms in each
Right.
of the K through, what is now K through 5. There could be other ways of doing it, and there
Right.
is some research out there that even is more recent than the benefits of kindergarten that supports a 5th grade in a middle school setting. So there, and I want to give Dr. Olson the chance to go find that. I can actually refer him to what I found, and maybe there's some out there to the contrary that just isn't happening that I'm not finding. But I think I'm still thinking we've got to solve this bigger picture,
Right.
not just all-day kindergarten while we're going down this path. And if we can solve it for another $6 million instead of having to build 2 or 3 $10 million extensions down the road, maybe this is the right answer. Maybe there's other alternatives, boundaries. I just don't want to take those things off
Oh,
the table.
that's totally fine. I just was wondering that, yeah, no, I'm fine.
But if
I
there's
think
no
3
support
options are
for it,
miserable.
No, I,
Right,
I think we should leave
Yeah.
it for the time being, because I do think it is a bigger issue of space.
right.
So I think take 1 and 2 off and leave 3, 4, 5.
I support any option that addresses space issues, whether I like the idea or not. If it addresses the space issue, I support it being up there. And if you can find 3 more that address the space issue, throw those up there too.
Okay.
Has this board looked at redefining the boundaries recently?
You just killed Tom.
Yeah,
So-
I personally, and I'll just leave it out, I'm very, very against redoing boundaries, because when people purchase their homes, they purchase their homes, a lot of people in Park Ridge purchase their homes deciding on what school they're going to go to, whether
I'm
it's
just
whether it's
asking.
Field, you know, whether it's, you know, Franklin or Roosevelt. And I just think that's a really, I mean, if it was ever needed, it is a great tool to be able to use to address some problems. I just think it should always be the very last, because when someone makes their purchase, they're making it with a decision on.
But are
their
there
needs.
demography-based data on the households and the trends based on literally, you know, block by block by block, what the demographics look like?
And I also think there's soft ways to do that too. Like you could say, if you are in Franklin, which is the most crowded school, and Carpenter has some room, we could, I mean, I'm making this up, I'm not making a guarantee, but you know, you could do something like, if you would like to go to Carpenter, your kids can go. I mean, there's things you can do that aren't
That was
making it forever.
That was something that we've discussed in the past in length, And I was told by previous superintendent, and I don't know if you feel the same way, sometimes it's so unpredictable
Yeah.
year to year on who will take you up on your option that it doesn't actually solve our
It
problem.
doesn't help.
We don't, we can't rely on it because you're giving them an option. You're not forcing them to go one way or another.
Right.
And it really never solves the problem. It actually kind of makes the problem worse because now you're waiting till last minute to find out who's going to decide to go where, unless
You do the siblings.
unless you lock them in and then lock their siblings in and
Yeah.
say, once you make this decision, there's no turning back and your whole household has to go too. Then you might be able to make it work. But then when you do that, a lot of people are going to be like, well, I'm not making that decision. I'm not tying my family up for 11 years.
But I thought part of the problem before was that you didn't get the sibling consideration. And so if you were like, well, I would send this one to Carpenter, but I'm going to have one at Carpenter and one at Franklin, I'm not going to do that because then you have two drop-offs. Am I remembering that wrong?
That was discussed before, but remember there was something where the survey just never went out because of the timing or something?
It was with
Luann might
Carpenter
remember.
choosing to go
Yeah.
to Emerson or Lincoln, and
That's
the
what it was.
timing of it, and so
Right.
not many students chose to Lincoln. Yeah, anyway, okay, so I think a few things. So it sounds like, I mean, when we talk about boundaries, and I think 5th through 8th grade, as Eric, I think, said earlier, there's a philosophical, educational component. So some of these, I mean, I think the administration spent a lot of time. So I just want to acknowledge, I think they spent a lot of time coming up with these options. They didn't just flippantly come up with, these are the options I think, but let's look at all others. So I just think the board needs to just honor that there was a lot of time crafted into the options that were presented.
I recognize that, but I think the options were initially developed thinking just all-day kindergarten. Well, I'm still on this broader space district-wide issue, so I acknowledge it's not easy. But I think if we can move in tandem here as we think about the survey, because the survey will help us with some of these options and narrowing it down, and maybe add an option or two. But the first step, to me, in my mind, is if we're going down this survey path, we got to get an RFP out there to find a consultant to help develop that survey if we're going to do it right.
I have a space-related question. You, I'm so sorry, I feel like we abandoned you for a while.
They were okay.
That you had mentioned that at once, let's say we go through with this at the homeschool, that they're on a school-by-school basis, we may say, well, maybe we can add something in for Franklin or Roosevelt. Is that something that we would have, even if it was just a range of money, like which schools that will make the most sense with the plans that you have, that, we can get a couple of classrooms, we can get 4, if we have
Yes.
sort of a ballpark?
That's something that we would look at if you need us to do that. We kind of stuck our heads together because we were double checking ourselves, such as the current need of carpenters. We have to add at least 3 to get the full day kindergarten. But if you move the fifth grade out of Carpenter, how many classes are you actually gaining? You're gaining 3 classrooms at Carpenter. So even if you did that and said, okay, now we've got extra space at Carpenter, you really, you're not getting that necessarily one way or another. You got to be careful at how you look at it. Oh, I've got all this extra space, but
Which is the original question I asked is I'd like, now that we've gotten, by the way, I feel this board has, in one session, has done 40 years worth of work. Because we've already made 2 decisions that no other board has ever made based for full day kindergarten. So we're 40 years ahead of the game here. We got time to slow down now. That's a joke, but
I don't.
Right. So the truth, so the question, the next step I would like to see is, if we go with the homeschool version, what are we actually freeing up if we go with 5th grade moving forward? And if we don't go with 5th grade moving to middle schools, if we go with them going to Jefferson, what are we actually freeing up? Because I've done all this in my head, and I am still a firm believer that if we do everything in the schools, at their home school, and we go your route, we still have to build additions on all our schools. I'm a firm believer that if we stay in our home schools, and we don't move them to Jefferson, we still have to do large additions to our school, 2 additions to our schools. One for the kindergarten and one for the future growth or the actual current growth, because I don't care how you guys all cut it, we are at the, we're at the high end of our student per class max, which is what people don't also take into consideration. There was a time where a lot of our classes were at 22, 23. We've got classes now in the 25s, 26s, 27s. So we want to make sure we get back down to those 22, 23. The only way that's going to happen is if we add classrooms. If we're talking about adding 4 classrooms for kindergarten, or it would require 2 more.
Some do, some need more.
Right. And then to lower those numbers that we're talking about, whether we have an increase or not, if we just want to lower our per classroom levels, we have to add classrooms. And then if those numbers go up, we have to add more classrooms. So I haven't found a scenario in my brain when I'm putting this down and I'm looking at all the schools and I'm building and putting my building blocks and I get my Legos out and I start adding classrooms. I haven't found a scenario that I can come up with that solves the, I just don't want to go down as the board and the board member who didn't look into the future and put another board in a position where they have to spend another $30 million when we could have solved it now. You know, we're doing this, let's make sure we do it right, especially now that we're doing it without a referendum. Now we really got to do it right.
We all know
that's
I think
where
there's one thing the research has shown, I think everybody knows, is that larger class sizes are bad, right? And small class sizes are bad. So to your point, if we're up in the higher end of that range, that's not a good thing. I think though, and this isn't making an assumption, if all grades were of equal size, right, a number of sections, you're taking out a full section when you take out a 5th grade. When you do the math, right, there's half a grade right now at kindergarten. Now that most probably is not because of the half a day thing. You end up with a little bit more than half the number of classroom needs. So to me, the math has to work if assuming all grades were equal, that you'd end up with some element of free classrooms. But it could vary by school, and that's why, as you said, if someone lays it out on a table, because we don't know, I don't know what the latest is in terms of number of classrooms in each grade, and I think having that laid out for us would be very helpful.
Your theory would be right if we were using our schools the right way.
Yeah.
Or we had enough space to begin with, where we were like, for what we've currently got, we had enough space.
Right.
But we're using space in a lot of these schools that we don't want to continue using if we're going to spend $30 million.
Like Franklin's library?
Like Franklin's library, like getting rid of Franklin's auditorium, getting rid of Field's auditorium, putting music on the cart. You know, I heard very loudly the speaker today. And I am a huge proponent of the arts in District 64. I'm a District 64 product, and I think that element made me a different person. It was a good added value to my education. So I was which I want to talk to you about. Because she made it very, right. I know, I'm just saying, I heard it concerned me, so I want to cleanse myself, figure it out.
So my assumptions may be as bad as the demographers in some people's eyes, but we'll maybe but if somebody lays it out for us,
yes,
like that,
that's
I
what
agree.
I'd like.
That was your ask, and
yes,
I would really.
My ask is to let's look at the real numbers now, the real classroom numbers now. If we move 5th grade to Emerson and Lincoln, not only what do we have to do to Emerson and Lincoln to accept them, but what does it really free up at our other schools? And whatever it does free up, how can that be used for growth in the future? And if it will be enough for growth actually, the first question is, how can that be used to fix the problems we band-aided over the last 10 years, getting kids out of closets, which I don't think we have anymore. We don't have any more of those situations. Those were all dealt with. But getting kids, getting music its room back, getting, all this stuff, that first happens. Then we say, how much room do we have left for future growth? And we might find the answer is none. And then how much is it going to cost to do that? Because I think that will give us a really good idea as a board on which one of these options to take.
So I can tell you right now, based on the enrollment, I just checked, because we do track this by sections, we would have 22 kindergarten sections and the same number of fifth grade sections. So you would not gain anything.
Right. We have
Sections are classrooms. Yes. You would have 22 kindergarten and you would have 22 fifth grade, so there's no gaining of space. Classrooms, 22 fifth grade. No, full-time, right now, as of the enrollment today, 22 kindergarten, 22 fifth grade classes.
What you're missing, Gareth, is right now, we can make space work because we're only letting them take a half a day. So if you take them into full day, now you have more kids. You can't put them all in full day at the same time. If you have 20 kindergartners in the AM and 20 kindergartners in the PM, now they are all occupying a room at the same time. That's 40. You can't put 40 kids in a room, so you're going to need another classroom.
Right. So what I'm hearing is right now our kindergarten is basically
the same size,
double the size of the fifth grade.
No, you need 22 sections of kindergarten and 22 sections of fifth grade.
Yeah, but does one section go in the morning and one section go in?
Yeah,
there's
so just,
No,
you
there's
guys are talking about sections.
I'm
but then
talking
there's also
classrooms.
rooms.
Yeah, I'm talking classrooms, and that means
22 classrooms for each.
I have a better idea.
Kindergarten, 22 classrooms for fifth grade.
How many total
Hang on,
kindergartners
hang on.
are there? How many total bodies? Let's make this easier. How many total bodies of kindergartners do we have? How many total bodies of fifth graders do we have? That would make it easier.
No, because you can have up to quite a few more kids in a fifth grade classroom than you can in a kindergarten classroom.
Well, we could discuss that. Let's say you have.
I'm looking at the enrollment right here, Tom.
I know,
as
but
of today.
I know that the confusion here, and it was always a confusion for me, is when we talk about sections, when we talk about
Sections equals classroom.
No, I get that, but in kindergarten, a classroom's only a half a day.
But what I'm saying to you is when I'm looking at the numbers, I'm doubling it, right? Because these are half day right now.
Okay.
So it's 22 classrooms of kindergarten, 22 classrooms of fifth grade as of today.
As of today,
If we were
before
to do full day.
Correct.
If we stay with half day, we only need 11 classrooms for kindergarten because all those are doubling.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
And if I may just, you asked about space utilization. We've done complete space utilization plans for the district of every building.
Right. So today you have 11 classrooms for kindergarten, right?
Correct.
So you're taking 22 out?
And putting 22.
No, you're only putting 11 in.
No.
No, because you still need to use those classrooms, because now you're going to have, like he said, you have the 20 in the morning, 20 in the afternoon. So it's 22 classrooms and 22 classrooms for fifth grade.
Yes, but you currently have 11 for kindergarten. So by taking out 22 and adding on only 11, you're left with 11
So I think
left
this will be
over.
better when we see it.
But we only need
Yes, I
11
agree.
now.
We need it laid out.
If we had full day, we would need 22.
Right.
Yes.
So I think this is going to be better laid out. It doesn't seem like we're going to take action on this tonight. There's some requests for more information. Do you need anything else, Eric, on?
I know there was some discussion about the survey. I have no problem starting to look into companies and starting to do the research on that piece, but even the questions I would ask, I felt I heard 3 different things tonight. So I think we'd have to get more on the, and obviously we have time to develop the questions, but the when, the what is a lot of dependent on what you want to do.
So when you work with someone like Polly Hanley or someone like that, they will look at what your issues are and they will help you develop your questions that you would ask. And I would suggest that you also ask how people feel about moving fifth grade to middle school, because I saw that go down in flames in Barrington.
Right, but I guess that's what I mean the board has to talk about. If you put a question on there, what do you feel about fifth grade?
And then what if the whole community is like, we love that? And we're all sitting here going, that's horrible, you shouldn't do that. What are you gonna do with that information, you know? If they say, no, we think fifth grade's a horrible idea, yet we all decide fifth grade is actually probably a pretty good idea and we should move to the middle school. So that's what I mean of how are we asking the questions, what questions are we asking? That is all, you know, do people think they're answering this to give you input before you make a decision? Are they just, you know, so all those things I think we have to talk through in regard to the survey, but I can certainly start doing the research.
And I think that's the motion that Gareth mentioned that could be voted on tonight possibly if someone makes a motion and someone seconds it.
Okay, I'll come.
See, because I'm not sure you all think we should do a survey. I don't think you all, if I explained everything, I'm not sure all of you want to do that. And then also, I think some of you might want to do it at this point, but not at this point. So that's, I think, what we also have to talk through.
And going back to when I originally suggested that, I think that was more for helping. It's not binding as a referendum. This would be to help guide our decision-making process and make us comfortable with the decision-making process based on a broader community input, which right now our community input was limited to, you know, a small sample of D64-based folks. So I think this would just be a tool to help guide our decision-making processes, not necessarily mandate our decision-making processes, just serve as another piece of data and information we can use to support the ways we want to move forward.
I mean, since we, as a board, the majority decided that we're moving forward without a referendum, would sending a survey out asking should we do full day kindergarten even be part of one of the questions? Or should the survey be, this board decided to move forward with full day kindergarten without a referendum? These are your options, which one do you want? And just be okay with that response. And offer them options that we feel are, that this district, administration, and board are okay with if they pick either of the three. So.
But that's what I mean. You guys could debate for another hour and a half what the survey is going to look like, the question I'd like to ask versus the question, and we don't even have the company giving us recommendations yet. I also just want us to keep in mind researching the company, choosing the company, coming up with the survey, getting it out to the community, getting it back. We're probably talking at least 2 months. So.
On the short end, I
On the
think.
short end,
I think
yeah.
that's it. What information are we giving with it? What are, you know, and so I think, I mean, I do not want to do a survey. And like I said, I love data. And I just think, I am ready, sort of like Phyllis said, I'm ready to move ahead. I think we've talked about this enough. And this is just going to be another layer of, I don't think we need.
For a vote, if you don't mind, I would like to, I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, direct the superintendent to prepare a request for proposal for a consultant to assist in the development of a community survey on the options for full-day kindergarten.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all right, so Nikki had the motion, and I think Carol had the second. Thank you, Tom, helping out with that. Carol had the second. Is there, and the motion was to direct our superintendent to, can you read that again, just to make sure we're all clear on it? Thank you.
Direct the superintendent to prepare a request for proposal for a consultant to assist in the development of a community survey on the options for all-day kindergarten, for full-day kindergarten.
Okay. So, all right. Any discussion on this? Rebecca, it looks like you're thinking.
It concerns me that you can tell. So with what that motion just said, you're saying if we direct you to do that, then you're like, I'm not sure what you want us to ask the survey company?
No, I think I'm okay with that because it's just having me to start doing the research so that we can find the company. And I don't, that's as far as it's going right
Okay.
now. So
Yep.
yes.
Then I'm good.
Any other discussion before we take a vote? Phyllis?
Sotos,
Yes.
Little,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Wojtovich,
Yes.
Lubinsky, Pearl,
No.
Sellis.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right. All right. Anything else before we move on from full day kindergarten? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you have to go.
My wife's out of town, and my sitter is telling me she can't stay any longer, so I either gotta go, I can call my mom and dad and see if I can get them on.
I
But I don't know if there's
think
anything
you
else
can
on the
go.
agenda you need me. I'm so sorry, embarrassed to
No,
do,
no,
but
no.
she's in California, and
I get it.
think we would be here. Okay.
I mean,
Sorry.
we could call you if we
I'm
had
really
to.
sorry. Yes, and
Yeah.
anything
Yeah,
you
I
need,
think if we need to contact you,
it's right
totally
here.
get it.
Yeah, and I am so sorry.
No, no.
Tony, don't apologize. I think most of us have kids, so.
Thank you, Studio
I didn't have
GC.
dinner.
All right.
You have a restaurant, bring us food, come on. I'm joking.
Okay, let's see if we can,
I get nervous about,
all
like, I'm
right,
still
get through
like
our
getting
next
the
few
language.
agenda items. MJ is up. Do we need a little break? Are we okay continuing on?
Just to stretch the legs, maybe.
All right, can we just get 2 minutes bathroom stretch out? I know it's a little late, but I think we can use a little stretch.
And there are drinks over here if anybody needs anything.
Baking and making sometimes, the better they are.
Yeah, that is not explicit.
I'm so glad I'm in a
I
full
didn't
suit.
mean to move that. I meant to move what we just moved, and I like felt like stupid doing that. So I'm glad I could rescind it, because I didn't mean, I get in retrospect what I did, and I was like, oh, I don't want this to be on the record.
I'm always wondering whether I should, because it's not predetermined who makes it, so it's kind of like.
And I don't, did I like disagree with the referendum? I really want, I'm torn because like, I want to act like we are a fiduciary. People voted for us, you know, the 3,000.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Trying to do that. Yes, she'll do. You're doing great.
Like, I like the referendum, but like, I just don't. Yeah, that's very true. And if
Once I realized what it was, I was like, oh, yeah. And so I decided to hang out.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
We can ask on the survey, even though we decided we want to move forward with these 64 kids, we have to vote to ask how our
Okay, all right. All right, thanks for taking that little break. It was good to stretch for a minute, warm up maybe. Okay. All right, let's look at our next agenda item is to review the Student Online Privacy Protection Act. And like everything, there's an acronym. So MJ,
That's
you're on.
right. Well, thank you again for this opportunity tonight to bring this information to you about the Student Online Personal Protection Act, which is otherwise known as SOPA or SOPA, potato, however you want to say it, which is coming effective July 1st, so next week. It's a new law, and it's the state of Illinois has joined 40 other states across the nation to enact this law to protect student data. So SOPA, in effect, follows along the lines of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and all those requirements, but it also further delineates requirements regarding the handling, management, and security of student data, specifically in educational technology companies. So I'm going to try to explain SOPA in plain English. And this is the legislative intent as it was spelled out in the memo. So schools today are increasingly using a wide range of beneficial online services, and other technologies to help students learn. But concerns have been raised about whether sufficient safeguards exist to protect the privacy and security of data about students when it's collected by an educational technology company. So this act is intended to ensure that student data will be protected when it's collected by these companies, and that the data may be used for beneficial purposes, such as providing personalized learning and innovative educational technologies. So to become more focused, it's just about protecting the data that's there and using it for educational purposes, for beneficial purposes. Okay. So, SOPA places these regulations regarding transparency, meaning that educational technology companies must be very clear and forthcoming about how and what data they're collecting, about how that data is, and about how that data is being used. So ed tech companies must adhere to reasonable security measures and practices, and in the event of a breach, these companies must notify all parties involved in a specified timely manner. Ed tech companies must also share what they do to monitor subsequent impacts of breaches and what they have done to mitigate future breach attempts. This is an entire list of what SOPA considers is covered information, or what kind of student data would possibly be collected from any of the ed tech companies. So you can tell, even a first name or a last name is a personal identifiable information, and that would come under the SOPA law. So, in response to SOPA, Press Plus developed Policy 7:345 and its respective administrative procedures and exhibits so that districts can begin to work to come into compliance with this particular state law. So on September 10th, 2020, at the board meeting, the board adopted Policy 7:345. And then on November 12th, 2020, the district enacted the administrative procedures for this policy. So I think we went ahead a little. So again, Policy 3:345 discuss the protection of student data, and then as well further explains that educational technology companies shall further the objectives of the district's educational program and align with curriculum, and then support efficient district operations. So this explains what beneficial purposes are for these educational companies. It also then, as well, and just like in COPA, prohibits the sale and rental, lease, or trading of any of this student data or covered information that's provided by the district. So educational technology companies can't be selling data information and student data information to other third parties. So there are policy 7:345 also defines two key terms. The term operator, as it's used in the law, in the act, is what's called an educational technology vendor or a company. And then the second term is a breach, which is defined as an unauthorized acquisition of computerized data. Yeah. So the district and its operators must maintain reasonable security procedures and practices that meet or exceed industry standards. And this is detailed in the law. And as well, notifications to the district and its stakeholders are also required by SAPA law. So these are some of the things that the law is outlining for districts to do and to hold its educational companies to. All right, so in order to carry out the policy in fulfillment of SAPA, the district has refined its processes for apps, extensions, and software adoptions to meet these added new requirements. Now you can refer to the list of administrative procedures outlined on page 1 and 2 of the memo in the table, where you would also find additional links to references or information that's posted in fulfillment as we're trying to fulfill all the SAPA requirements. Okay. There are two areas that I will highlight tonight which are data privacy agreements and Learn Platform. So we'll first talk about data privacy agreements. I think, right. It's one slide ahead, but so the majority of the work has been to review every app, extension, and software used by the district, and where needed, pursue a data privacy agreement with each and every company. So these data privacy agreements, or DPAs, must include the points shown here as outlined in SAPA. Let me see if I can. Well, I'll just read them to you. So what we need to do then is understand specifically what covered student information is being collected by each and every one of these companies. The operators, again, must maintain reasonable security procedures and practices. They have to adhere to a process for how, or the district has to adhere to a process for how parents can exercise their rights to inspect, review, or correct any of that information. Operators must give notice of breaches, and data disposal procedures and practices must also be outlined. So in January, the Illinois State Board of Education joined forces with the Student Data Privacy Consortium, which is a national collaborative of schools, districts, regions, territories, and state agencies, policymakers, trade organizations, and marketplace providers that to address these data privacy concerns and provide implementable solutions. The consortium, ISB, Illinois State Board of Ed, and the SAPA Compliance Committee of Illinois Council of School Attorneys coordinated efforts to develop the Illinois National Data Privacy Agreement, which you could review on Appendix 5 of the memo. This data privacy agreement outlines all of the SAPA provisions required for all of our operators, and District 64 has been utilizing that National Data Privacy Agreement wherever we possibly can. So as the district's designated privacy officer, I've been contacting the over 140 plus district-approved operators to sign and execute this data privacy agreement in fulfillment of the SAPA requirements. I've also been working with our attorneys to ensure that student data is handled and protected to SAPA standards when operators wish to propose their own data privacy terms apart from the standard Illinois National DPA. So this is taking a lot of heavy lifting and a great deal of time, and will definitely be ongoing as we are just, really launching into all of this work. I think we're about 60, 65, 70% through, but we have a little bit of ways to go. Part of it is, as well, is having to review apps that we may not necessarily have known about as a district that teachers have been using. So there's a whole other bulk of work to make sure that this app actually really does what it should do. Do research and background on the actual ed tech company, and then as well put in a data privacy agreement that we could both agree with. So a lot of this is taking a lot of time. So any questions so far?
A couple. One is does this even cover like our food vendor for lunch, is where they obviously store data around, purchases and allergies, because food purchases was mentioned up there.
Yes.
It does.
It does.
Okay.
And so we have reached out to our point of sale vendors and our, My Meal Order and these different systems that we do use to carry out our lunch program. And because they do handle covered information, we are putting data privacy agreements in place. Now, pertaining to your question that you had emailed me about, which was a good one, like, where are pieces of information like allergies, food allergies, actually housed? And most of that is, or all of that is within our student information system that houses that kind of information, as well as immunization, some certain health alerts and pieces of information. So that's really more so held in our student information system, as opposed to in a a third-party system like our lunch system. So.
Okay. And one I didn't ask you about is what happens if there is a breach? Like what duties then fall on them? What duties fall on us under this? Do we have any new duties, I guess, as a district as a result of a breach under this law?
Well, so yes, I mean, depending on where the breach is caused. So what the data privacy agreement ensures for us is that ed tech companies would make sure that all of the notifications that we would need to give to parents are done in a timely manner. We are also negotiating with them, like trying to figure out like which students get affected, what pieces of data got leaked, and all of that, and to then make sure that, let's say for instance there was a breach, that within the contract the ed tech company might do a credit check on those pieces of data that could have gotten breached, right? So for a full year, they would make sure that any student name, any student number, any student birthday, et cetera, was monitored to see if there was any kind of like credit history or credit checks and trying to make sure that that data did not necessarily get compromised out to then be used to fake somebody's identity or any of that kind of stuff. So the data privacy agreements ensure that our ed tech companies kind of follow up on if there was a breach. As well, if there was a breach on our end, let's say a server that we actually manage ourselves, we do have our insurance coverage to help with that. So I'm sorry. That was a little,
So we have cyber liability covered?
yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We have 2 million covered by our policy, and I just bought another 3 million.
Thank you.
Okay. That also covers ransomware attacks and some of these other things that, and again, I think it was number 8, I was corrected. There's 2 number 7s on our table. So number 8, maintain reasonable security practices and ensure our operators do as well, means yes, the district is taking very seriously what mitigations or what systems we have in place so that we can prevent data breaches. And then in the event of data breaches, we do have steps outlined in terms of like notifying parents, posting it on our website, making sure that that information gets out there as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah. So any other questions about the actual law? Yeah.
I think I know the answer to this, but I will ask. This is the ed tech companies. This has nothing to do with what like Google captures from the kids, right? That's totally separate, and this is just for the ed tech apps?
Well, Google is considered an ed tech app.
So it is?
Yes. And the lawyers are meeting about Google tomorrow.
I bet. Okay.
So hopefully we'll hear back from them. We've been going back and forth. But they're really on the up and up. I mean, a lot of ed tech companies had already had to deal with the Child Online Protection Privacy Act.
Okay.
This just further delineates what ed tech companies have to do in case of a breach, or what ed tech, so it actually further outlines like actions that they would need to take, right?
Okay.
But yes, Google definitely falls under that. Now, what doesn't fall under that is like general ed tech tools like Khan Academy that are offered out to the general public, and people can sign up for an account and use all of those tutorials, et cetera, like they would not necessarily have to sign a DPA with us because they're not a targeted ed tech company. They just have a general offering out there for the public. So it's more about like ed tech companies that we definitely have like a relationship with and that we are doing business with, or who are doing business with us.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Those good questions. Any other questions? All right. So the second area that I would like to cover, if you could move that forward, Dan, is a new system called Learn Platform. And so in Learn Platform, some of the major requirements of SAPA are to post a lot of pieces of information. So we're posting information of all of our operators that the district utilizes. We're posting all of the student data elements that each operator collects and uses. We're posting our contracts with these operators. We're posting a list of sub-processors or subcontractors that each of these operators would use and have access to the student data that we share. And then provide ways of for staff to know what apps, extensions, or softwares, or what we've given in the acronym AES, what AES apps are approved actually by the district. So our Learn Platform system will house all of that information and help parents, staff, and our public to know all of the information and understand the workflows of the different requirements of SAPA. There'll be instructions on navigating our D64 AES library on the Technology SAPA page on the district website when that gets launched. And schools will also be sending out communications around this specifically when the school year starts, just to let parents know this is where you could go to find the ed tech tools that your students and that the district is using. Okay. Furthermore, our D64 AES library will provide teachers and staff the catalog of district approved AES available, and what our learning community thinks of each of these apps, and rating them, and sort of crowdsourcing what's a great tool out there to be using if you're trying to get to this outcome. It will also house a way for staff to request a trial or even to recommend a new AES to the district, so that our AES committee can review it, do its background check on it, establish a data privacy agreement with it once it becomes approved. Okay. All right. So our Learn platform environment will also be the backbone of, again, what our AES committee will be working on. This committee, which was established back in 2016, will continue its work of curating the best AES for our teaching and learning. And it will be imperative that the district evaluates and approves all educational technology tools, free or paid, and obtain a clear understanding of the protection of student data through a data privacy agreement before an app, extension, or software is actually used. Okay, so in summary, this really is going to be ongoing work as the district commits to protecting our students' information, and we're really just going to start to evolve from here in keeping with the times of what we need to do to protect student data and to protect and for cybersecurity. Any questions? Yeah. No, PowerSchool, right. This Learn platform is actually a separate system that will house all of this information and then be able to. No, this is a separate system. Yeah. PowerSchool is our student data system. It is our parent portal, yes. And a lot of things hook up to PowerSchool in terms of the actual ed tech tools. But this will not, no. This is separate, and it actually, it's really interesting because it also will run data in terms of usage and, you know, how often this data tool, this ed tech tool is actually used and things like that. So it's separate from PowerSchool. But PowerSchool is one of the apps that's on there, so, right. All right, any other questions?
This does seem like a big undertaking.
It's been my life.
Yeah.
It's been my life. Outside of COVID, it's been my life. So, all right. I'll be providing the board with periodic updates as we move further, and then as well developing our, documenting and developing our cybersecurity plan and presenting that to the board per our strategic plan.
And I imagine you would notify us too if there was a data breach.
Oh, yes. Yes, for sure.
MJ, I think there was mentioned the Educational Technology Committee. Is that just staff from District 64?
The AES committee, yes, it's administrators, teachers, technologists.
Yeah, I didn't think there were community members on it, but I was just checking on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
It's to evaluate our internal tools.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, MJ. Okay, all right. Okay, now we are on to Luann, who's going to present her last tentative budget in District 64.
Thank you, Denise. And I just want to give a shout out to my husband. You guys may have been wondering who that strange man is over there. that is my husband, Roy. He just flew in from Boston today, and he insisted that he come to my last board meeting, so now he gets to see what fun I've been having all these years. Okay, so we are talking tonight about the draft of our tentative budget for the 2021-22 school year. So typically what I do during this presentation is I spend like 2-3 hours kind of walking through how the budget's put together and all the different account structures and everything. So I hope everybody's ready. I'm kidding. Eric knows I'm kidding. He would get the hook out. So some of it, looking at the time, I may pass up, but you guys can always look at the information and either reach out to me before Thursday of next week or Adam after that point. So I just want to quickly review the budget cycle that we go through. So January, February, we review the financial projections. Our CPI is known at that time. So we have the CPIs announced around January 20th, and then we're able to bring that information to the board either January, February, depending on when the meeting is. We review our enrollment and our staffing plans at our February meeting, and in the January meeting, I ask the board for the authorization to begin our budget cycle. Then during February, March, April, May time period, the board approves the staffing plan, typically in April. We set up meetings with the different departments. Valerie Varhala, our Director of Business Services, is heavily involved in our budget also. And, a big shout out to Leanne, Lori, and MJ, who spend countless hours working on their budgets and have quite perfected them. We also receive our rate increases or decreases for all of our insurance, including, health, dental, life, property liability, workman's comp. So we receive all of that information in the spring for the budget. In June, the board reviews this draft of the tentative budget. In July, you will set the date for the budget hearing, and you're going to place the tentative budget on display, and it must be done at least 30 days prior to the hearing adoption. In August, the board conducts a public hearing on the budget, and then in September, the board adopts the final budget prior to September 30th, which is in state statute. Then, in October, the board reviews our tentative tax levy and sets the date of the public hearing for the tax levy. At the same time, they're reviewing the financial projections based on the proposed tax levy. In November, the board conducts a public hearing on the tax levy, and then in December, the board approves the tax levy prior to the last Tuesday of the month, which is also in state statute, and then you start all over again. So it's a process I have been through many, many, many times. So couple changes we made when I came here is we kind of split out. We added October, bringing that tentative tax levy just so people have a little bit longer to think about it. November, we do the hearing, and then December, the adoption. The board just felt it was better to separate the hearing from the night of the adoption. So I agree with that, and that's how we do that. Just our major accounting funds within the district, you can see this is really when you're looking at the reports so you have a better understanding of what it is you're looking at. So I don't need to read them all to you, but these are the funds that our district has. Fund 60 Capital Projects is not actually a true fund. It's more of a quasi-fund that was developed so that school districts could put their non-recurring capital projects work into a separate kind of bucket so it could be tracked. Okay, keep going. So really quick, so just looking at our account structure, which is set by the Illinois Program Accounting Manual, or IPAM, we have 1,000, 3,000, and 4,000 for our revenue. And when you're looking at the reports, you will see, the 10 dot, and then this is actually wrong. I'm sorry, those zeros should not be there. That's where actually the revenue would sit. So it'd be 10.1111 for our current year levy. So first of all, I'm looking at our local sources of revenue. The tentative budget right now has approximately $75 million in local sources. This is made up of the tax levy, which is the main source of revenue for the district across all our funds. Right now, for the tax levy extension, which includes an estimate for new property of about $9 million, it's right around $69.3 million in tax extensions. So the total levy revenues are projected to increase by $1.3 million over the prior year levies. I spoke about this earlier because the CPI is 2.3%, fairly high. We have our new property in there. I typically tend to budget that very conservatively. Our new property has been higher than that in recent years, and I have no reason to believe it won't continue to climb this year. One thing to keep in mind that PTAB objections are projected to be over 500,000 in 2021-22. I put that in this year because that's what we saw last year. So, and that amount is removed from our current year extension. So when we receive our check from the county clerk's office, that's already, they pull that back out. So right now, we just got notice they're actually looking at, I cannot believe this, at 2003, 2004 objections. So that's how far back they are on some of this information. Corporate property replacement tax, I actually used what we received in 2020-21, about 1.6 million. So the final numbers are not out for that yet. And even though they give us final numbers, it's not necessarily what we're going to receive, because this year we received significantly more than 1.6 million. So it's, you know, a good guesstimate of what we're going to receive, but I always like when it's more. Interest income, as you all know from your own bank accounts, has been very low for over 10 years. We're only earning about $375,000 per year. I would guess that this district used to earn over $3 million in interest income, just based on other districts I've been in and size of budgets. So interest income was a significant source of revenue for school districts. Our student fees, and you can see the asterisk there, for fees are offset by accompanying expenditures, about $1.9 million. This includes registration, extended day kindergarten, our device fee, which was formerly our Chromebook fee, athletic instrumental course participation fees, and Worlds of Wonder. Our lunch sales for next year, I've budgeted conservatively at about $800,000, and then our rental fees, we received, not this year because they didn't really get to use the building, $75,000 in rental fees from the Park District, and then we typically bring in about $50,000 in additional rental fees for evening and weekend rentals. We do charge outside organizations, Phyllis knows this, for our custodial help if they're required on the weekends. Our state revenue, right now I'm projecting $4.9 million. $3.4 million of that is our equity-based funding. We also receive funding for special education, orphanage, and private facilities. We budgeted $203,000. This is a number that is not known until it happens because, and correct me if I'm wrong, she's over there, they basically look at all of the expenditures and then what the money they have, and then they allocate the percentages that you're going to receive. So it's not like we really can budget for it, because until they see all of the expenditures, then they can make a decision. Are we paying 65%? Are we paying 25%? Transportation reimbursement, special and regular education, about $1.4 million. This is significantly less than it used to be years ago. The transportation reimbursement for special ed makes up probably about $1.3 million of this number, and regular transportation is only about $100,000. This has been reduced year over year, yet we are still required by law to transport children 1.5 miles, or if there's a serious safety hazard as defined by the state of Illinois. In terms of our federal revenue, about $3.83 million, our title grants, including like Title I, Title II, about $1.6 million. That also includes our IDEA grant, which is a large special ed grant that Leanne oversees. Medicaid and Medicare revenue, we're anticipating about $225,000. This might go up. We heard from our consultant that we work with that we will be receiving additional funding for transporting of students that have in their IEP their transportation. As we talked earlier about the ESSER grants, these are ESSER 2, so we are anticipating receiving $607,000. A majority of this, about $500,000, we will be using to pay back the district for all the costs incurred due to COVID. Our ESSER 3, we're about $1.4 million, as Eric explained earlier tonight. Right now, we've allocated about $500,000 of that for our math intervention teachers. The administration will be looking at how the rest of that will be allocated, whether we will need a second year of math intervention or what is needed. The remainder of that money, your administration team will decide the best use of that. So 2021, our total revenue budget was $81.3 million. Our 21-22 revenue budget right now is at $83.73 million. That's approximately a 3% increase over our 2021 budget. Okay, this is our expenditures now. So we have our revenue and our expenditures. This just lays out the functions. So you see the fund first, so like the education fund 10, and then these are the next set of numbers. These numbers are also identified by the Illinois Program Accounting Manual. And so within them, we have the 1,000 function, but there's many functions that start with the 1, but those all are attributable to education. So you have 1,200 special ed, 1,650 channels of challenge, 1,800 EL, but they all start with the 1. Support services are where pretty much all your administrators are. We are all within the 2,000s, along with a lot of our support staff falls within this area, including individuals such as speech and language, OT, PT. All of that is support services, nurses that support instruction. Community services are in our 3,000. So this includes, my brain just went dead. This includes, oh my God, my brain just did go die. This includes, like, we have parochial. We are required by law to use part of our Title I and IDEA money for the parochial schools in the area, so those fall under our 3,000. Payments to other districts are in the 4,000 area. This is like when we have to make a payment to like NSSEO or CDOL or something for tuition or other itinerant services. Debt service payments are in the 5,000, 6,000 contingency, and then 8,000 is mainly when we're doing transfers between funds. Same thing here, you can see the objects. So this is what are we doing. So then we look at salaries, and within each of these object codes, there's many other numbers. For instance, certified salaries are 1110, right? So they all have different codes. These are also set by the Illinois Program Accounting Manual. It's done this way so that when we put our budget into the state budget form, it all rolls up correctly and everything appears in the correct place. Location, this is just the location that was established prior to me coming that is also used in our expenditures. A few years ago, the state of Illinois decided that we needed to further delineate our expenditures. So some expenditures that we didn't used to delineate by building, we're now required to. It has increased the weight of the job on our AP department tremendously, because instead of doing one entry, we're now doing like 9 entries. So our expenditure budget by object code, our salaries right now for next year are projected to be about, in the tentative budget, $55.5 million. These are based on the individuals that worked in 2020-21. We've removed anyone that's retiring or resigning, and we've put in placeholders for those individuals. Benefits, we've estimated about $10.2 million. Again, This is dependent on what your new staff takes, but we do an estimate. Purchase services, about 10.1 million. This includes, professional services. This includes any type of professional teaching services that we have. This includes our professional development. So there's a wide range of things that fall within purchase services. Our supplies, they've identified at less than $500 per item, about 4.85 million. Capital expenditures greater than 1,500 means that they're in the audit. 2.4 million this year, including the construction at Carpenter School. The 6,000 is our contingency, debt, lease payment, sped tuition. So it encompasses quite a few different things, 3.5 million. Non-capitalized equipment, the state thought it'd be a great idea to think of adding another set of numbers. So this is for expenditures between $500 and $1,499. We're at about $74,000. One thing to note is in our supply budget, it's large, but sometimes some of those supplies, when they're purchased, end up falling down into the 7,000 non-capitalized equipment. It's just when we're at the time we're doing the budget, sometimes it's difficult to know exactly how much something is going to cost. Our retirement benefits this year right now are projected at $335,000. Payroll was running the final August payroll today, so we'll have some updated numbers in the budget for that. So the 2020-21 total expenditure budget was about 86.8 million. Our 21-22 right now is sitting at about 87 million, and that represents less than a 1% increase over the 2020-21 budget. So I'm just showing you like our operating variances. This is something the board is always concerned with. Right now, our expenditures are running slightly ahead of our revenue. I always say don't worry, because by the time we get the final salaries and benefits in and that, we have pretty much come out positive every year. That is the end of my presentation. You will be seeing this again. Adam will be bringing it in July for the adoption of the tentative budget and to put it on display and to set your hearing. And then he will be back in September for the board to adopt the final budget. Any questions? Oh, I knew you'd have questions, Gareth.
Oh, no, I don't. I only have one, actually.
Okay.
Thank you, Luann. It's really about the fact that, certain costs of goods and services are increasing, right? And, I think May over May, CPI as a measure is at... Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah. I'm sorry. So my question is really around more of the potential expenditures that we're budgeting for next year. When we're setting those amounts, when you develop in those, you're most probably saying for certain things that you paid this year, you're going to increase by a certain percentage for next year using some, no?
No, we pretty much zero-based budget, especially, so like the salaries you're seeing are real people.
Yeah.
So I've never been someone that just increases my budget arbitrarily by 5% every year, because that is just not the truth.
Right.
MJ can tell you that when she sits down with us for her budget meeting, she has everything pretty much laid out. She has all of her, quotes ready for Chromebooks to be purchased, iPads, anything else having to do with the internet. I mean, she's really got it very detailed. And Lori Lopez, the same way when she does hers, her curriculum adoptions. I mean, we actually budget to the point of she figures out how many subs we need, like for teachers to be out for professional development. So we actually know those costs ahead of time. Now, sometimes things do change, but we really try to budget as close to what it actually is.
Yeah, I guess maybe ask him. It's more about the contractual, obviously instructional salaries, et cetera, contractual. I'm talking more about goods and services and the rate that they are going up at right now in the marketplace, right? We're looking at CPI is May over May is running at 4.2%, right? So I guess I'm asking in a way, if we take the MJ example and the Chromebook quotes, are those still holding up, right? Is there pressure in the market that the quotes are going to rise by the time we actually come to spend the
No,
money?
once she receives a quote, I mean,
They're
they have to
binded.
hold that quote for us, and then we issue a purchase order against it.
Okay.
And the same way with the curriculum adoptions, which are pretty much, your major, large expenditures within the budget.
So we're not seeing inflationary
No,
pressures
we have
that-
not
and
yet,
people
no.
backing out of quotes. Okay.
No, and I was at a construction meeting yesterday, and there was no indication of us not being able to receive anything or looking at any price increases. I think it's because we got it in, just prior to things starting to increase in cost.
Got it. So we're going to face that pressure most likely next year if supply, a lot of this is demand and supply from the pandemic and other things that are driving in shipping costs from China, et cetera, driving a lot of these
Yes.
prices up, and maybe it'll get back to normal next year, but by the time we come to budget, but it sounds like we need to worry about that next year, not right now. in
Yeah,
terms
not
of-
so much this year, but next year but it may be an off year for curriculum adoption. So then you see some savings, or we look at, could we put that off for a year, if the budget's super tight, what are the things that we could actually put off?
Thank you.
In terms of revenue, are there folks in the department who take a look at what federal grant opportunities are available through the Department of Education and/or industry and/or, I don't know, community organizations, nonprofits that make educational grants to districts or specific schools?
So we do receive certain other grants. So like right now we have a maintenance grant it's a matching 50,000, which is going to be used for exterior doors at Carpenter. So whenever we do have grants that we would be eligible for, we do apply for them. Because of, our status, financial status, a lot of those are not available to us. But we do apply for anything that comes from the state. We've, applied for security grants through, like Motorola and different things like that. So we really do try. The problem is, for doing anything beyond that, it's really the time. You need a grant writer, and I don't think that would be really cost beneficial for the district.
I just have two questions. One, we're not gonna need to memorize these codes, right?
Oh, yes, you do. There will be a test, Phyllis.
There's a test in the July meeting.
Well, I'm just looking at them like, wait a minute here. All right, and then two, you always did the Park the Squad car and like the American Legion stuff. Was that just your thing, or is the new guy gonna be doing that?
Yes, he's going to be doing that. I told him the other day because Frank Kaminsky called me and he's like, I just want to make sure that we're going to continue with all this stuff. And I'm like, yes, we will. And Eric will make sure it continues.
Just making sure. We always, or at least Field always enjoyed those opportunities, so making sure it goes forward.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, thanks, Luann.
Thank you.
I will miss you.
I'm going to miss, I'm going to miss it, really. Not these late board meetings. It's really the people you miss. I know, Tom, we've had much later ones.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luann, I've always appreciated you bring your perspective as the chief business school officer, but you're a parent, you've been a PTO volunteer, so you bring those different perspectives when talking about a situation, and that, I think that's all what this is, bringing different perspectives. So I've appreciated, and you've helped me with that.
Thank you.
And you were always like super comfortable to talk to. And I was a new PTO president, and I didn't really know anybody at the district. They were like, just go by Luann. I was like, oh. So I would have like hesitated, but then once I got to know you, I always felt comfortable, and I'm hoping the new guy's going to be the same way. But
I think
agree.
Adam's very nice. You guys will like him.
Luann, I could tell you that a lot of years and a lot of ups and downs, but I will tell you one thing. First of all, your knowledge about all this and your ability to explain it to the ones of us who don't really understand numbers, as second nature, is probably your strongest suit. I mean, it was insane how I was able to come into this, board and understand numbers that I never had an opportunity to understand before. I loved working on getting that
our fee study
done and getting that over with, so that our residents can understand what they got going. But truthfully, I don't know the new guy coming in, and I'm hoping, but I don't know. I don't know if there's anyone out there that'll be able to hold a candle to what you've done for our district.
Thank you
You've
very
been
much,
able
Tom.
to you've been able to really stay within your budgets are great. I think with you over the last however many years, this district has been able to maintain staying within budget and being as fiscally responsible as we can be.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank you for all your service.
Really
You're
enjoyed
amazing.
it. It's not been an easy job.
No.
But I feel like we've moved the district quite a ways in terms of improving our buildings, making sure you have a good fund balance in that. I mean, I just went into this really to help kids, and I really feel like I've accomplished that.
And your ability to handle slightly insane people
Like you? Yes, Tom.
is pretty impressive.
Right, I echo what everyone else said, and you did have a good, ability to deal with lots of different personality types over the years. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
And for always answering our questions patiently. I appreciate that.
No matter how many times we ask.
That's right.
Well, thank you, Luann.
Thank
We
you.
know you will enjoy retirement.
I
and
will.
Thanks to your partner for enjoying a long board, maybe not enjoying, but enduring a long board meeting.
Who else?
So,
Now
the
he
Zoom
sees what I've
meetings,
gone
too.
through all these years.
yes. Yeah, so we wish you well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
What?
You should stay to midnight.
Oh,
Just round it out.
Tom and I have been way late.
Midnight's early.
Yes. So thank you, Luann.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Let us move on to the discussion and approval of administrative and exempt salary increases. Eric's going to talk about that, and then we'll see what the action item.
These are in the budget, too.
So obviously, we've had some discussion around this topic, and I know that there's the potential for further conversation, which we're certainly open to doing. And if you feel the need to change an action item or something, we can obviously do that as well.
So if it's okay, I'd like to propose something slightly different from what the action item is that's listed, but obviously it's in order because of, it's relevant, it's germane, I think, to the action item
there you
that's
go.
listed.
Good job.
That's the right
Good word choice.
legal word. So, hang on, I do need my introductory word in though, so I apologize here. The preamble there. I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve a merit raise pool of $61,022 for administrative and exempt employees to be distributed by the superintendent as he deems appropriate based on these employees' performance in the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
All right, Gareth had the motion, Carol had the second. And Gareth, can you read just the approve just one more time, just for us, so we can hear
Sure.
that?
And I will copy this to Phyllis later.
Thank you.
Approve a merit raise pool of $61,022 for administrative and exempt employees to be distributed by the superintendent as he deems appropriate based on those employees' performance in the 2020-21 school year. Yeah.
Okay. So Gareth had the motion, Carol.
To a 2.3% increase, and I would suggest that the 2.3% increase stand, and we give the superintendent an additional 0.7% to distribute as an additional merit-based increase as he sees fit to his administrative and exempt employees.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I agree with Nikki. I'm comfortable with that plan.
So not as it was stated.
Right.
But with the additional.
Right.
0.7%.
And I will explain, part of my thinking here is that we've had a lot of principal turnover at Field, at Franklin in particular, and we have, in the last 2 years, we have four or five?
Now 6.
6, okay. I mean, and I know that is a point of contention with parents, field in particular where we want people to stay, and I feel like this is a part of making sure our principals stay and grow with our district, because the principal turnover it's bad for the schools.
Can I just touch on that a little bit? I got to be very sensitive as to how I say this, but I'm not quite sure that the turnover of our principals, or the majority of our principals, had anything to do with salary and with the choice of the principals voluntarily leaving, or whether it was the other way around. So I want to make sure that's clear to the public. As for having said that, just to clarify, you want to just increase it by 0.07%.
I want to give the superintendent the ability to disperse an additional 0.7% should he see fit based on merit. And I propose an amendment to that action item.
So does that mean that if you don't have anywhere to spend that 0.07%, it goes back into the budget?
I don't know. It depends on what you decide.
Well, if we're giving Eric the latitude on, deciding that.
That just doesn't mean he's going to spend it, though. He might look at it and be like, well, you know what, I think 2.3 or 2.3 was enough, and I don't know where I'm going to spend the other 0.7. I just want to be clear that if it's not spent, it goes back.
So right now we have Garrett's motion and then a proposed amendment, a possible one. I don't know if we officially make that.
It would need a second.
Well, we had a second, Carol.
Well, I seconded
second to
Garrett.
the amendment.
Yeah,
But now
Really loud.
Nikki's
Vote on the amendment
trying to
first, and
amend
then
it.
if the amendment passes,
Then we vote on your
then
motion.
you vote
Yeah.
on the motion,
Right.
or it fails, and then you.
So
vote on
someone needs to second.
Well,
it.
I think Nikki's is part of our discussion.
I thought it was still.
I think it's
Yeah.
part of our discussion. We're just kind of discussing it, and then after we're done discussing it, if she wants to actually present it as a amendment to the motion, then we would do it that way. Because otherwise, everything we all say will be considered an amendment to, unless we agreed with him.
And Tom, your amendment would be, your motion would be really long.
That's why I don't make them.
Okay. All right. So so do we want to vote on the action on the table? Yes.
I think we're still discussing.
We're still discussing.
No. You have to vote on an amendment first, and then.
If she made it though, because I don't think we're clear about whether.
You have to, if we're done and Nikki wants to table her amendment, now's the time to, not table it, Roddy, propose her
I
amendment.
would like to propose the amendment.
And then she needs a second, and then we have to vote on the amendment first, and then you go to the main motion.
I want to get Nikki's clear, because, or maybe I understood it wrong. Are we, the 2.3, we would be directing the superintendent to give equally across the board, and then the 0.7 would be at discretion?
At his discretion.
At his discretion, because I
to
think the way you proposed it was just, because the original one was 2.3 at his discretion, and then you proposed an additional 7 at his discretion, which would mean,
0.7.
or additional 0.7, which would mean the whole 2.9, or the whole 3 would be at his discretion. Is that what you?
Just mean the 0.7?
Or did you meant only
Just
the
the
7?
0.7.
Okay, I wanted to get, because that's not how it was. So, to be clear, the 2.3 is equal across the board to all administrators, and the 0.7 to, the 0.07 to.
0.7.
0.7 to his discretion, to who he wants, or
Correct.
who feels deserves it. Okay.
Are we confirming this is an amendment?
I would like to propose the amendment
I will
to that action
second
item.
the amendment.
Okay.
So I think just to give my piece of why I proposed that, it's really, one, it gives, Dr. Olson I think merit is important. I think it allows him the flexibility then to determine and distinguish between those who perform better if he so chooses during the year. But I also think that given that CPI is at 2.3%, in terms of what our levy went up. I think this matches that, and that's the reason for that number and the justification for it. So those are the two points that I wanted to make why I proposed it the way I did.
So I'm clear, 2.3% based because of CPI, and you want the entire 2.3% to be at the discretion of the superintendent, nothing above and beyond that.
For
Right.
merit.
He could give it equally to each of the administrators he so chooses, or he could give it
All to one person.
but based on their performance.
Right.
That's the criteria. If he thinks that everybody has had an equal contribution given the pandemic year, then he has that discretion to give it equally to everybody, or he could give more to someone who might have had a greater effort in the pandemic than another. So that discretion is at the superintendent's latitude, and he's the one that manages the administration day to day. So it gives him that latitude. I don't think we should be making that decision for him as a board, given that, we're not working and evaluating people day in, day out like he is.
So would you be okay with 3% and giving him the latitude, the merit latitude? Which is equivalent to, it's a little different model, but the percentage.
Excuse me.
I like the 2.3 because it's linked to the increase in our revenue for that year.
Okay.
But if somebody wanted to, if Nikki's motion amendment doesn't pass and somebody wants to propose that as an amendment, that would be allowed. I think you're allowed up to 2 amendments under Robert rules. So somebody can propose that, test that water after Nikki's tested the water.
It's definitely, someone might not agree with the 2.3, but fully agree with the full latitude to give it away merit, because I agree with you. I don't feel it. I'm not in a position to know who deserves it. So I don't feel that giving any portion of it or forcing you to use any portion of it equally, when you might not have equal merit and equal deserving across the board. So there might be a part where someone might need a little bit of both of yours to make it work.
I thought we were doing this 2.3 so that we had leverage on the PREA discussions. Negotiations?
So I think the 2.3 is connected to the CPI.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing more to do with the.
We cannot discuss that.
And we would most likely talk about that in closed session with the negotiations.
So it'd be more of a situation where the 2.3 that Gareth is presenting, that I support, is based on the fact that CPI is 2.3, and CPI is what many people, I can't speak for everybody, but many people feel should be the only amount that any group should ever get, because it tracks with what we are bringing in, so it doesn't cost our taxpayers any more money. And yes, that is a theory that goes across to pretty much all raises, no matter whether we're talking about administrators or whether we're talking about any other groups. So that's the reasoning for a 2.3 following CPI.
And let's just, our administrators, the difference between the 2.3 and the 3% is under 20,000. So I just think we need to keep that in consideration.
And that's a great point, because in theory, when you're talking about keeping to CPI, it is more important when you're talking about a group that has a larger salary base as opposed to this one. But the theory behind why you would stick to CPI still tracks across all groups.
That makes sense, Tom. Thanks.
Yeah.
But I think, if the amendment gets voted down and somebody wants to propose 3% there as another amendment, I think, we could test the waters on that too,
Okay, so we should vote on Nikki's amendment?
if everyone's ready, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's vote on the amendment that was proposed. Let's do a roll call.
Okay, Little,
Yes.
Sotos,
No.
Wojtovich,
Yes.
Levinsky, yes. Carl,
No.
Kennedy,
No.
Sellis.
No.
So what was the,
So are you thinking, Gareth, 3% totally merit-based? Or written, proposed as?
I can give you the number if somebody wants to propose a second amendment.
Right now, it's all merit, the only thing on the table now is yours, which is
2.3, right?
2.3, all merit-based, all superintendent's decision.
It's, yeah, the pool is what I said it was originally. I'm trying to find what the pool
so,
equivalent
but if
would
we
be.
go back
for-
to the vote on the amendment.
That failed.
It failed.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
It
failed.
failed.
Okay, I thought you were saying it passed, okay.
So,
Now we have the original motion pending. If-
It failed 5-2 or 4-3?
I had 4-3.
4-3.
4-3 I had.
Now we're voting on the original one?
It depends if anybody wants to amend it any further. Does anybody want to do that?
All right, I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve a 3% raise for all administrative and exempt employees.
So you're trying to amend Garrett's motion because Garrett's is still,
My motion is still active, but are you trying to amend it for the dollar amount for the merit-based pool? Or are you trying to do a 3% across the board?
No, I think what she's trying to do is make it 3%, but still 100%
Then-
merit-based and 100% the superintendent's decision.
I'll find the dollar amount for you if you want.
61,022.
Was the one
Was-
I
that was
proposed,
2.3%.
But I think it's a 79
Yes.
something.
79,595.
Yeah, that one's.
79.5,
There
okay.
you go.
79,595, that one's actually in the motion.
Do you want to propose an amendment then? Do you want me, actually, I'll propose the amendment. I'll propose an amendment to my original motion that would replace the $61,022 with a pool of $79,595.
For merit.
All the other wording would stay the same. It would just be replacing the dollar amount.
So for merit and 100% his discretion.
All right, so Gareth had the amendment to the motion, and I will have the second.
Okay.
And now discussion.
And now
so
discussion.
now we have to have two votes. First, whether the amendment will pass, and then
Yeah, same routine. You're allowed up to 2 amendments, I think. I'd have to go back and look, but you,
So-
if the amendment, if this amendment fails, then the original motion will stand, and we vote on that.
Wait, which is the original motion?
That was the 61.
Your
So,
motion of
yes, my original
2.3%.
motion. Yes.
Okay, so that's the original motion, and then the amended motion,
we're just voting on the amendment.
so you made a motion and you amended your motion.
And we're voting on the
Yes,
amendment.
to assist.
Okay.
I'm helping, yes.
Okay. So then which one are we voting on now? Yours or the amendment?
The amended motion
amended
always
motion,
goes
okay.
first, and if so I'm going to vote no personally, because I'm going to stick with my 2.3.
All right,
I'm-
well, let's get.
I'm
all right,
sorry,
let's
what
get
is the amendment?
Changing it to 3.
Changing it to
to
3%, 100% merit-based,
but
and
everything's
100% his discretion.
Got
None of it is guaranteed to go to a specific person. It's all his discretion,
Okay.
fully merit-based, and it's 3%, which increases the number from the 60-some thousand to the 79,000.
Got it.
All right, so are we ready? Any other discussion?
So,
All
yeah,
right, so now we're voting on the amendment.
yeah. So a yes would move it to 3%, and a no would keep the original motion intact at 2.3%.
So, okay, that's good to know. The only discussion I would have is, if I were to consider a yes for this amended motion, I would want it to be made clear that it's only based on the fact that the total dollar amount is, although every dollar we spend is significant, it is not as detrimental to the our final budget as it would be if I were to vote for a 3% raise on a much larger dollar amount. So I'm still thinking about my thought process and whether so
Luann, can I ask you a question? Was the 3%, the 79,595 built into the projected budget?
Yes, there's a 3% increase for everyone in there.
All right, other questions?
does a projected budget have a placeholder number for any future raises or increases for other factions of our district?
We used 3%.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do the roll call.
Okay. Kennedy?
No.
Sellis?
No.
Little?
Yes.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Levinsky, yes. Sotos?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
So now we have to go back to the original motion.
As amended,
Okay,
and then pass that, and we're all done.
okay. Oh, gosh. All right, so now we have to go back to the original motion as amended. So can you say that for us again?
Yeah, I can. So it would be the Park Ridge Community
Yes.
Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, approve a merit raise pool of $79,595 for administrative and exempt employees to be distributed by the superintendent as he deems appropriate based on those employees' performance in the 2020-21 school year.
We're voting on your, with 60,000, not 79,000.
We're voting on the
Because the
amended.
amendment passed, so.
Because the amendment.
The amendment
so
passed.
We're voting on that motion.
We passed the amendment with the 79,000.
Yeah.
Right, so now we have to vote down his original motion.
My motion is now being amended by everybody to
Oh,
read like
okay.
I just read it.
Gotcha.
We're still voting on the amendment.
So now you have to pass the actual motion as
Gotcha.
amended, and then we're done.
This is good 11:45 fun.
Okay, so you had the revised, with the amended motion. We need a second.
No,
We don't.
no,
We
it's,
just need to vote.
So our vote wasn't voting to give the money. Our vote was voting just to allow an amendment.
yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, now we're voting on the motion. Phyllis? I mean, I don't even, take a vote.
Okay, Sellis?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Levinsky, yes. Sotos?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
All right, motion carries at 11:45. Okay, all right, we're going to move along here. The presentation of the proposed amendment to the 2021-22 calendar.
Yes. So basically, we had come to the board previously to change the calendar because the election, they had scheduled an election in March, and we wanted to ensure that we had an institute day that day. Now that they've moved that election into the summer, we don't have to keep that date, but we would like to keep that date in anticipation of a potential math adoption, which would fall in a really good time of the year for us to be able to do staff development with the staff. So we would like to actually just leave it as it is right now. And then I also received a question from a board member in regard to Juneteenth now being a federal holiday. How would that look? And so we're kind of waiting for all that to get caught up. So most likely we'd have to come back another time in regard to that, but we have to see how that's going to unfold. So, you know, we're not voting tonight, but I at least just wanted you to understand what we're recommending for when we do vote.
So it says that March 15th was the original date, but it's April 15th has an FPT day. Am I missing something? Was it meant to be April 15th or is it March 15th? And
It is March 15th.
Okay.
That was originally when the election was going to happen.
Is there a reason, given that, Friday the 18th of March is the Friday before spring break, is that right? I think I'm reading the calendar right then. Why wouldn't you just use the Friday? Because parents would, for childcare and they can take an extra day off for spring break, and I think that would make it easier on parents who'd have to arrange a Tuesday childcare versus, dealing with more of an extended spring break.
Okay.
If we don't have the election to have to deal with.
Yep. No, I think it's a very good point. So then, yeah, let me take this, let's go back and look at what it is, and then I'll bring it back to the board. Because,
Or if the 18th isn't possible for the training, what about Monday the 28th instead?
Right.
And it's the same kind of solution.
Yep.
You're just looking connected to a weekend or connected to break.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. Where Tuesday is always hard, it kind of, disrupts the week.
Every child in District 64 thanks you.
Okay. Anything else? Any other discussion there?
Just with the calendar, are we aligned with 207 now?
We are partially aligned. For us to start the same time they start, we'd have to go considerably earlier, but we sync our holidays and those kinds of things together.
Did we ever consider as a district to start school later?
There's
A week later, 10 days later? I mean, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so the reason that we have been starting later is because of construction.
No,
the
I
last
know,
couple
I know why we have. I'm saying, have we ever considered keeping that
Yes.
a pace?
And so we do continue to kind of have those conversations as we were looking at next year's calendar where this wouldn't be a concern. To be honest, I get comments from parents both ways. Why can't you start the year later? Why can't you start the year earlier? But it's like a one or two is really all I've heard through the years. So, moving earlier in August does change certain things, for starting the year. So, but that can certainly be something we do in the future.
Okay, well, this was not an action item, so we can move on to our next item on the agenda, and that's the approval of the recommended personnel report.
Yep. So I gave each of you a paper copy at the beginning just because we had a last-minute change. But otherwise, it is as presented to you. There's nothing special that stands out, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. All right, I think, is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the personnel report dated June 24th, 2021, noting that the personnel report is based on the recommendation of the superintendent and not upon the board's direct knowledge regarding any of the specific individuals selected for employment.
Second.
So Rebecca had the motion, Gareth had the second. Any discussion on the personnel report?
Only that I would love to vote no on every single one of these, and not because there's some that I'll vote yes for just because I don't know the teachers or I haven't had any, but I got to tell you, every time one pops up where there's a teacher on here or an administrator on here that has either touched my family's life or my children's life, I want to actually vote no and not let them leave. But can't do that.
Yeah, there's some big losses on this one.
Yeah, this one hits hard.
I hear you. All right. All right, well, let's take a vote.
Sotos?
Yes.
Lycovich? Yes. Pearl?
Yes.
Levinsky, yes. Ellis?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Okay, we're going to look at the consent agenda, and I think Carol.
Change our mind, so let's go.
Okay, Carol's like, it is 11:50, I am leaving everything, okay.
Done.
Okay, does anyone else want to take anything out of the consent agenda before we look at it as a whole?
So I have, I received your 3 questions today. Is it typical for resolutions such as the 2 listed on the consent agenda to be on a consent agenda? Yes, I mean, that's governed by law. What can and cannot be on the agenda is terms of resolutions. If they're items that are routine in nature or in a budget, they go in the consent agenda per our attorney at Chapman and Cutler, so they handle all our resolutions. Very few exceptions. One exception is moving funds from the education fund to another fund. You are required to have a hearing, and it needs to be a regular item on the agenda. The second one was, why is the transfer of funds from operations and maintenance to capital necessary? This is necessary to pay off the Washington School addition. We had put a $2.5 million transfer in last year's budget. I only did $2 million because I wanted to wait and see what we actually needed. So we need the $500,000, so that's why that's occurring. What defines a hazardous route? That's actually identified through the Department of Transportation for the state of Illinois. There's like a whole document and points and different things that you have to go through and add it up to see if it qualifies as a serious safety hazard. So those were established actually quite a long time ago in this district. They remain the same unless you maybe had someone build a house in a kind of an odd area or something where you have to re-look at serious safety hazards. Otherwise, they remain the same. And one of our routes is about 35,000. We run single and double routes. So double routes obviously are cheaper because the one single route is the same cost as like a double. So they're running more than one route. So it's about 35,000.
No, thank you, Luann. I don't want to ask for anything to be pulled off.
So that's okay, good questions. So, all right. All right, how about entertaining a motion?
I move that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the consent agenda for June 24th, 2021, which includes bills, payroll, and benefits, approval of financial update for the period ending April 30th, 2021, approval of resolution number 1269 directing the transfer of $500,000 from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund of the district, approval of resolution number 1270 for approval of safety hazards transportation, approval of the consolidated district plan, approval of appointment of District 64 authorized agent as IMRF administrator, approval of District 64 FOIA officers, and destruction of audio closed recordings, none.
I second.
All right, so Nikki had the motion, Phyllis had the second. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote on the consent agenda.
Sellis?
Yes.
Little?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Wojtovich?
Yes.
Sotos?
Yes.
Lubinsky, yes. Motion carries.
Okay. Next, approval of minutes, and I think everyone, the full board was in attendance.
They were in all of them. I went through it all.
Okay, thank you. All right, how about a motion?
Well, sorry. I wasn't going to make the motion. I have a discussion point though.
Oh, I mean, if someone wants me to make the motion, sure. Let's see here.
Here, if you don't have it, I'll just do it. I
All right,
move
go
that the Board of Education of Community Consolidated School District 64, Park Ridge-Niles, Illinois, approve the minutes from the closed meeting on May 13, 2021, the regular meeting on May 13, 2021, the closed meeting on June 3, 2021, and the special meeting on June 3, 2021.
Second.
All right, Carol had the motion, Rebecca had the second. Discussion. Here.
Yeah, I'm going to vote no, but I don't want to take up our time anymore. We're here late. I just want to explain and rationalize it, and we can maybe ask Tony next time. But to me, the closed meetings, note minutes, and this is not just this set, but going back from what I can view, just seem inadequate to me and based on what is required under the law, but I would be interested in getting Tony's viewpoint on that. And I don't want to go any further than that right now and just explain why I'm voting no, so it looks a little odd otherwise on the minutes. But that's the reason why, and we can ask Tony next time.
And we can follow up on that. And, yeah. Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right, Phyllis, let's take a vote.
Little?
Yes.
Whiteovich?
Yes.
Soto?
Yes.
Pearl?
Yes.
Salas?
Yes.
Levinsky, yes. Kennedy?
No.
Okay. Let's go to our other items. Eric?
Yes, so as we talked about tonight, our next meeting is July 7th, where we're meeting with IASB, and then our next regular board meeting is on July 15th. I know we were going to spend a little time talking about the Triple I conference, Denise and Carol's experiences, and looking forward. I don't know if we should move that to the 7th, maybe? Okay.
No, come on. I object.
Sounds ready to continue. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, and that's all I had then.
Okay. All right. All right, so any new business?
So there's the new press policy. Do you guys have a policy committee meeting scheduled yet?
Yeah, we do.
Well, yeah, one is being scheduled right now. Natasha has a doodle
Okay.
poll out, and I think it's going to be in like mid-July-ish.
Yeah.
And there's a list of other things other than the press that I
Is that
asked.
going to be in person, or are you guys doing it virtually?
Yeah,
I think we could do in person.
Yeah.
If you're up. If you guys-
yeah.
And I think we had some things from last meeting for the policy
Right.
committee to look at.
That's right. Yeah, I've given a list to Natasha.
Perfect. All right, anything else? Any other new business? Okay. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So
So moved. Second.
Okay, Gareth had the, Gareth, and then Rebecca had the second, and at 11:59 PM, we are adjourning. Okay, thank you.